नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं थी, वो तो पहले डिसीजन में हो गया था कि बिल जो है वो हुकूमत पे नहीं करेगी, वो फैमिली और उनकी पार्टी जो है वो पे करेगी। इस चीज़ का कोई जो है वो इश्यू नहीं था। इश्यू ये बनाया गया कि सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट्स हैं और इमरान खान साहब को शिफा इंटरनेशनल हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट करना जो है वो मुश्किल है। हालाँकि अगर हम देखें तो ये चीज़ भी बिल्कुल कैटेगोरिकली पाकिस्तान तहरीक-ए-इंसाफ ने कही थी कि हमारा कोई कारकुन जो है वो रस्तों में नहीं होगा, हमारा कोई बंदा जो है वो शिफा इंटरनेशनल के बाहर नहीं होगा, कोई सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट नहीं होगा। हम सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ़ ये चाहते हैं कि इमरान खान साहब का इलाज हो और इमरान खान साहब का जो इलाज है उसके लिए हम लोग हर लेवल पर जाने के लिए, हर लेवल पर जो है एफिडेविट देने के लिए तैयार हैं। इमरान खान साहब का इलाज जो है वो इस टाइम ज़रूरी है क्योंकि वो पाकिस्तान से बड़े मकबूल लीडर। मैं आपको बता रहा था कि 2 कन्वाय आए, एक जो है वो जिसमें डॉक्टर फैसल सुल्तान साहब थे, उनको जो है वो लेके चले गए शिफा इंटरनेशनल हॉस्पिटल और उनको वहाँ पे एक कमरे के अंदर बिठा दिया गया। उनको कहा कि आप वेट करें और इमरान खान साहब को अब से कुछ देर के बाद लेके आएँगे। तो उनको वहाँ पे बिठा दिया गया और एक कन्वाय जो है वो पिम्स हॉस्पिटल लेके जाया गया। जब पिम्स हॉस्पिटल पहुंचे तो पिम्स हॉस्पिटल के अंदर जो लाइट्स हैं वो बिल्कुल ऑफ थी और बिल्कुल अंधेरा था। इमरान खान साहब को जब वो आगे लेके जा रहे थे सिक्योरिटी वाले तो वो एक मोबाइल की जो टार्च होती है उस मोबाइल की टार्च के साथ जो है वो उनको मूव करवाया जा रहा था। उनको जो है वो तकरीबन कह रहे हैं आई थिंक सो कि फर्स्ट और सेकंड फ्लोर जो है वहाँ पे लेके गए और वहाँ पे उनको जाके बिठा दिया गया और फिर उनकी बहन जो है वो एक दूसरी गाड़ी में थी, उनको जो है वो गाड़ी से निकाल के वो
हाँ
जो
जी।
क्या कहते हैं जो एक ऑफिस है उस ऑफिस के अंदर आके बिठा दिया गया। आधा घंटा इंतजार करवाया गया और आधा घंटा इंतजार करवाने के बाद फिर उनको जो है वो इमरान खान साहब के पास लेके गए और इमरान खान साहब के पास जब वो लेके गए तो फिर वहां से जो है वो उनका मुलाकात करवाई। फिर वो जो मुलाकात थी वो बड़ी इमोशनल थी क्योंकि इमरान खान की बहन 9 मंथ के बाद जो है वो इमरान खान साहब से मुलाकात करी थी और उनकी जो आखिरी मुलाकात हुई थी वो 3 दिसंबर को हुई थी और आज जो है वो तकरीबन 21 अगस्त है, सॉरी 22 है। तो ये जो है ना तकरीबन 9 महीने का गैप था। 9 महीने का गैप के साथ जो है वो इमरान खान की बहन की उनके मुलाकात हुई, उन्होंने उनको गले लगाया और फिर डॉक्टर ने उनका आंख का मुआयना किया और आंख के मुआयने के बाद जो है वो इमरान खान साहब को कहा गया कि आप कौन से एयर ड्रॉप जो है वो डालते रहे हैं आंख में। तो उन्होंने कहा मुझे तो याद नहीं है। आप तो डॉक्टर जो उनकी बहन है अज़मा खान साहबा, उन्होंने कहा कि
हाँ जी।
आप लोगों को ये चीज़ जो है वो पता होनी चाहिए क्योंकि इमरान खान साहब की जो मेडिकल फाइल है वो आप लोगों के पास है। तो वहाँ पे जो है वो इमरान खान साहब ने कहा कि मेरा जो बीपी है वो कभी शूट नहीं किया, कभी भी मेरा बीपी नहीं बढ़ा, मैं बिल्कुल ठीक था। मेरा बीपी जो है 120/80 है और उसके अलावा जो है ना अब मुझे जो ये कर रहे हैं वो ये कर रहे हैं कि मुझे कैद तन्हाई में डाला हुआ है। कैद तन्हाई में आपको पता है एक बंदा है जिसकी ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन जो है वो बिल्कुल ज़ीरो कर दी जाती है। उसके साथ वो जो जेल का अमला है वो भी उनसे बात नहीं कर सकता, वो भी उनसे जो है ना वो किसी किस्म का सलाम का जवाब भी जो है वो नहीं दिया जाता। ये पहले रिपोर्ट हो चुका है कि जब कोई साथ गुजरता है उनके सेल से तो वो अगर सलाम भी करते हैं तो वो सलाम का जवाब भी नहीं दिया जाता।
हाँ जी।
और इन 9 महीनों में उन्होंने कहा 2 दिन के लिए मुझे टीवी दिया गया और उन 2 दिन में सिर्फ टीवी मैं देख सका हूं और उन 2 दिन में टीवी दिया गया और उसके बाद वो टीवी जो है वो भी बंद कर दिया गया। और उसके साथ जो है वो फिर ये कहा गया अज़मा खान साहबा की तरफ से खान साहब को कि आप बिल्कुल टेंशन ना लें, हम लोग बिल्कुल जो है वो रेडी हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की 3 बेंच का फैसला है, हम लोग जहाँ से शिफा इंटरनेशनल जाएंगे, यहाँ आंख का मुआयना सिर्फ आपका होगा, वहाँ पे फिर पूरा एक मेडिकल बोर्ड
ओके।
बनेगा, वो आपका पूरा मुआयना करेगा, टेस्ट
राइट।
होंगे, ईसीजी होगा, दिल का होगा, आंखों का होगा,
मुख्तार।
पूरा एक जो है वो आपका प्रोसीजर होगा और हो सकता है वहाँ पे आप लोगों को 16 सितंबर तक जो है वो रखा भी जा सकता है।
मुख्तार मुख्तार आपसे ये पूछना था, ये इमरान खान का जो एक्चुअल हेल्थ कंडीशन है वो क्या है? क्योंकि कई रिपोर्ट्स है पाकिस्तानी मीडिया में कि उनकी तबीयत ऐसा है वैसा है और ये भी एक रिपोर्ट आया था कि वो मेडिकली फ़िट है, लेकिन उज़्मा खान जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो उन्होंने कहा ये भी कह गया है कि उन्हें टॉर्चर किया गया है। तो उनका एक्चुअल हेल्थ कंडीशन जो है क्या है असल में?
जी, उनकी जो एक्चुअल हेल्थ कंडीशन है, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान के अंदर रिपोर्ट जमा करवाई गई है अडियाला जेल की तरफ से, उसमें जो है वो इमरान खान मेडिकली फिट नहीं है। इमरान खान साहब का जो बीपी है वो बढ़ गया था। इमरान खान साहब को एंजाइटी है और एंजाइटी का जो लेवल है वो 3 पे है। मतलब ये है कि बहुत ज्यादा जब आपका ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन लो हो जाता है, आपका ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन नहीं होता, किसी से आप बात नहीं कर पाते, तो फिर ये होता है कि आपको कैद तन्हाई में जो है ना वो चीजें, ना आपके पास रीडिंग मटेरियल होता है, उनको कोई अखबारात नहीं दिए जा रहे और उनको जो है वो टीवी प्रोवाइड नहीं किया जा रहा। ये उनके वकला कहते हैं, ये उनकी फैमिली कह रही है जो मुलाकात करने के बाद आए हैं। उसके बाद वो कह रहे हैं कि ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन भी नहीं है, तो इस वजह से जो है वो खान साहब की जो हेल्थ है वो उस तरह फिट नहीं है। इमरान खान साहब को एंजाइटी है, दिल का मसला बना है, ब्लड प्रेशर का मसला बना है और ये चीज़ें जो है वो शामिल हैं। तो इसमें मुख्तलिफ जो है वो चीज़ें हैं। कल जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है उसमें जो है वो एंड पे उनकी जो बहन है उनकी तरफ से कहा गया है कि वो उस तरफ फुली फिट नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी जो तबीयत है वो इतनी ज़्यादा ख़राब भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये है कि उनको मेडिकल की ज़रूरत है और इमरान खान साहब को शिफ्ट जो है वो करना चाहिए हुकूमत को। लेकिन हुकूमत ने जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान का फैसला है उसकी जो है वो तौहीन की है। अब इसमें जो है उन्होंने कहा है कि जी सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट्स थे, तो अगर एक सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट्स थे तो डॉक्टर फैसल सुल्तान की गाड़ी अगर पिम्स के शिफा इंटरनेशनल पहुंच सकती है तो इमरान खान साहब भी जा सकते थे।
अभी आखिरी क्वेश्चन है आपसे मुख्तार कि अगला जो मूव है पीटीआई का और इमरान खान के जो परिवार का वो क्या है, क्योंकि एक मार्च का भी प्लान किया गया था पीटीआई में, ये मार्च होगा कि नहीं सितंबर में और कितना बड़ा होगा ये मार्च? और अभी फैमिली का डिमांड ये था कि उनको अस्पताल लेके जाना है, अस्पताल तो लेके गए, अभी वापस जेल में गए हैं, तो फैमिली का अगले प्लान क्या होगा और पीटीआई का?
देखिए फैमिली का कंसर्न एक ही है और वो पार्टी के साथ है कि इमरान खान साहब की जो शिफ्टिंग है वो बहुत जरूरी है। और जो जिस पे आपने कहा मार्च, तो वो कल जो है वो पीटीआई की पार्लिमानी कमेटी का इजलास हुआ जिसमें मैं मौजूद था पार्लियामेंट के अंदर। उसमें कि जो 27 सितंबर का मार्च है वो इंटैक्ट है, वो होगा ही होगा। और उसके अलावा जो है वो जो स्ट्रीट मूवमेंट है सीएम केपी के सुहेल खान आफरीदी वो जारी रखेंगे। इस हफ्ते आज वो जो है वो खैबर पख्तूनख्वा के एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट हंगू की तरफ जाएंगे, कल जो है वो बुनेर की तरफ जाएंगे और उससे के बाद नेक्स्ट वीक होगा वो कराची जाएंगे और सिंध जाएंगे, उसके बाद जो है वो पंजाब जाएंगे, उसके बाद वो क्वेटा जाएंगे। तो पूरी तरह जो है वो मोबिलाइज कर रहे हैं और उसके अलावा जो है वो कह रहे हैं कि जो मार्च है वो इंटैक्ट है। और उसके अलावा जो अपोजिशन की अलायंस है उसने जो है वो मौलाना फजलुर रहमान साहब से रब्ता किया है और उनसे भी जो है वो उनको भी अपने साथ जो है एक बड़ा ग्रैंड अलायंस बनाने के लिए साथ मिला लिया है कि जो इन हाउस चीजें होंगी, जो सरगर्मियां होंगी, जो बिजनेस होगा, उनके ऊपर जो भी बात होगी वो अपोजिशन अलायंस में जो मौलाना फजलुर रहमान साहब होंगे उनके साथ मिलकर मुशावरत के साथ जो है वो फैसला किया जाएगा।
Mukhtar, thank you very much. From the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen, Mukhtar giving us a bird's eye view of what's happening both inside the Pakistan Supreme Court and in Adiala jail where Imran Khan is lodged currently. His state and where the matter stands right now. It's one of the most watched stories, most followed stories across the world. Once a dashing cricketer turned to, went on to become the Prime Minister of Pakistan, went on to be jailed, and nobody knows or nobody has seen Imran Khan ever since. फैंटास्टिक राउंड अप दे, शानदार एनालिसिस आपने की है और बहुत यूज़फुल इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है आपने मुख्तसार। हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच, शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets new BJP team at party headquarters, says organizational meetings are all about new ideas and perspectives.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
प्योर मसाला।
A police officer said on the said day, she, along with her colleague Pooja Ashok, had gone near ITC Kohinoor to bring meals. While they were returning towards Inorbit Mall and crossing the road in front of Inorbit Mall, a car bearing registration number TG09G06666 allegedly came at high speed and in a rash and negligent manner and hit Bharti Mukhi. Bharti Mukhi sustained a severe bleeding injury to her head and was immediately shifted to Apollo Hospital, Jubilee Hills. However, the duty doctor examined her and declared her dead.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. In this hour, the headlines are Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets the new BJP team party headquarters, says organizational meetings are all about new ideas and perspectives. FSSAI cracks down on leading food brands, retail chains and luxury hotels. Notices are issued to Nestle, PepsiCo and Red Bull. Supreme Court sets aside National Green Tribunal order holding the Art of Living responsible to the damage of the Yamuna Plains. The top court says that there is no direct evidence that Art of Living caused damage to Yamuna's fragile ecosystem. Trouble has mounted for CJP as FIR filed against Abhijit Dipke and CJP for bargaining into the government schools. Viewers, bringing you the first breaking news of the hour. A Panama flag cargo vessel MV Ocean Winner carrying 24 crew members, out of which there were 20 Chinese, 3 Myanmar and 1 Bangladeshi. They sank into the Bay of Bengal. This big vessel was carrying iron ore, and the 24 members on board have currently been losing their life. In fact, the MV Ocean Winner is a Panama-flagged bulk carrier that sank in the west of Bay of Bengal. This is off Odisha, and they apparently left the Paradip port carrying iron ore finds and were bound for Singapore. Now, this is the first breakthrough. This is around 8 p.m., where it found that 2 crew members are alive in separate life arts that rescued them. So 2 out of 24 members have been rescued, while 22 remain unaccounted for, according to the latest reports. Now, what is India doing about this? It is the Indian Coastal Guard and the Indian Navy that are actually conducting these search operations. Now, Coast Guard ships have deployed the ICGS Varad, ICGS Anmol, ICGS Vijit, and all of these have been deployed by the Indian Coastal Guard and the Indian Navy. Now, what exactly caused the sinking? It is still unknown, but the authorities have now established that the ship lost communication, and subsequently that's why the ship actually sank. Viewers, bringing you the other breaking news, where an unfortunate incident led to the 2-year-old being mauled in Maharashtra's in a dog menace. Now, the 2-year-old Shivanshi Gholap was attacked by a stray dog while playing outside her house. This is coming from Beed. She's suffered from serious facial injuries and has now required approximately 12 stitches. On your television screens are visuals of the aftermath that took place, where this little girl, who's only 2 years old, her name is Shivanshi, she was attacked and mauled by a stray dog. Shivanshi has now been shifted to the ICU and is currently undergoing treatment at the Nagar Naka area. These are the visuals of the 2-year-old being mauled on her face by a stray dog. Another stray dog menace, and this time coming from Beed. Viewers, on your television screen is the 2-year-old little baby girl. Her name is Shivanshi Gholap. She was attacked by a stray dog while she was playing outside her house when the dog came and attacked her. This is a news coming in from the Beed area, where this is the Nagar Naka area. And right now, she's been shifted to the ICU and is currently undergoing treatment at the hospital. There's more breaking news coming for you, where 2 people have died and 5 people have been injured when a massive Ganesh idol fell during a procession. This is an incident that is coming in from Bhuleshwar, which is Bhuleshwar Charaja, and this is coming from Mumbai, where on the Bhuleshwar road, on the arrival procession, the idol fell. And right now, 2 deceased people have been identified, a 33-year-old man and a 30-year-old man. And amongst these, 5 are injured, and 2 girls have also been injured, 5 and 7 years old. So this is coming in from Mumbai, the Bhuleshwar area, which is very similar to Chandni Chowk of New Delhi. And this is the news coming in where these 2 people have died and 5 have been injured when a Ganesh idol fell during a procession in Mumbai. Now, it was a massive Ganesh idol. It was Bhuleshwar Cha Raja that fell in the arrival in Bhuleshwar, and the deceased have been identified as Sanket, who was 33 years old, and Brijesh Joshi, 30-year-old, who've lost their lives, along with 2 young girls aged 5 and 7. Viewers, on your television screen is the Bhuleshwar area of Mumbai. Viewers, more news coming from Maharashtra, where a shocking family tragedy in Maharashtra's Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. A 19-year-old boy who threatened to end his life in a dispute with his parents over the payment of an EMI of his iPhone. He climbed to a 400-500 foot high cliff. Now, despite desperate attempts by the police, by the parents, by the fire brigade personnel, and also villagers who tried to save him, the tragedy finally struck. In fact, the teenager fell. His father tried to grab him. He also fell, and the mother, unable to bear the horror, also plunged from the cliff. Now, all of them fell in the ravine, and 3 of the family members were wiped out in a single day. All of this over an iPhone. We have all the details in this report. Take a look.
One phone, one family dispute, and 3 lives lost. A horrifying tragedy unfolded in Maharashtra's Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. 19-year-old Kunal Changude climbed to the top of a cliff, threatening to end his life. Kunal had bought an iPhone and was allegedly pressurizing his family to pay the EMI. A dispute with his father over the payment escalated, and Kunal went to the top of a hill, threatening to jump. 3 hours of tension followed, with parents, villagers urging the teen not to do anything drastic.
ऐक ना भैया ऐक ना जरा ऐक ना भैया बस अरे कुणाल तू समोर आहे इथं बस सोल्युशन आहे आता काही सोल्युशन नाहीये तुला का ऐक ना भैया ऐक ना जरा ऐक ना आमचं अरे ऐक रे बाबा तू उडी मारल्यानं कोणाचं मोठं नाव होणार आहे आईसाठी काय होणार तुझं आईसाठी जग ना.
Police arrived, fire brigade teams were called in. Villagers rushed to the spot. Everyone tried to talk him out of it, but all went in vain. Kunal suddenly jumped and his father rushed to save him, but lost their balance and plunged into the ravine. Following which the mother also jumped in horror and desperation.
आज हमको 11 बजे 112 पे कॉल आया था. खौड़ा डोंगर बोल के जो खौड़ा डोंगर पे एक आदमी सुसाइड कर रहा है, ऐसा 112 को कॉल आने के बाद में हमारे 112 के कर्मचारी वहाँ चले गए. तो वहाँ एक आदमी, एक बच्चा जो सुसाइड करने के लिए खड़ा था और नीचे खोल 400-500 फीट खोल दरी थी. जब हमारे लोगों ने उनको समझाया.
In Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, a family's desperate race against time ended in tragedy. A phone, a family dispute, and a moment of desperation. Leaving behind 3 bodies and a family forever shattered.
Viewers, Bharti Mukhi's family is demanding answers after the 26-year-old was killed by a speeding Aston Martin. This is from Hyderabad. The car allegedly driven by the son of Jan Sena Party MP Linga Maneni Ramesh. But despite the case being registered, there has been no arrest that has been made so far. We have all the details. Take a look at this report.
26-year-old Bharti was killed after a speeding Aston Martin hit her in Hyderabad.
Stop.
Bharti Mukhi was crossing the road near In-Orbit Mall in Madhapur on August 16 when the car hit her. The car was driven by Sanjush, son of Jan Sena Party MP Ligamaneni Ramesh. Bharti was rushed to private hospital but was declared dead. Police has registered a case under Section 106(1) of the BNS for causing death by negligence. But Sanjush has not been arrested so far. Questions are being raised if this is the case of a soft sentence for the MP's son. He was only issued a notice and was asked to appear before the police. For Bharti's family, the question is simple. Why has there been no arrest after a young woman lost her life?
हम लोग का बहन वही हम लोग का परिवार चला रहा था। हर महीना वो पैसा भेज रहा था, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई का सब घर खर्चा घर का सारे मतलब सब संभाल रहा था वो। सारा जिम्मेदारी उसी के पास में, हम लोग उसी का ये में हम लोग भरोसा में चल रहे थे। कोई एक हैदराबाद का एक नेता का बेटा बहुत स्पीड में मेरे बहन को ठोक दिया, वहीं पे स्पॉट डेथ हो गया। हम लोग अभी बहुत दुख और बहुत उदास में है, पूरा परिवार पूरा उदास में है। अभी परिवार के लिए देखभाल के लिए कोई ऐसा नहीं है।
Bharti's mother is grieving the loss of her daughter. She says Bharti was the sole breadwinner of the family.
कैसे करके मेरा बेटी को कैसे वो काम उसका कंपनी से उसका काम ऑन था, लंच करने जा रहा था मेरा बेटी, कैसे करके वो मेन रोड में कौन गाड़ी 100 आके मेरा बेटी को ठोक दिया, वहीं पर मेरा बेटी चले गया।
The case has now also triggered a political attack. BRS leader K. Kavita has questioned the Revanth Reddy government over the police action. Kavita has questioned why Section 105 was invoked for alleged rash driving and whether the police were acting under instructions from political masters. Police have denied any influence, saying the investigation will proceed on the basis of forensic, post-mortem and motor vehicle inspection reports.
Viewers, moving on to our next segment where we tell you everything that's making waves in the world of sports with Sports Wraps. Take a look. Hull City marked their Premier League comeback after 9 years with stunning 2-0 upset over Manchester United on Saturday. First half set-piece goals by Semi Ajay and Noble Mendy spoiled the 20-minute championship pre-season hopes, handing them a dismal away defeat against a newly promoted playoff winning side tipped for relegation. Indian badminton duo Trisa Jolly and Gayatri Gopichand secured a historic bronze medal at the 2026 BWF World Championship despite a hard-fought 3-game semi-final loss to India's world #1 pair Liu Shengshu and Tang Ning. The 39th ranked Indian pair enjoyed a remarkable tournament run, upsetting the 3-seeded teams to reach the semi-finals and breaking India's 15-year medal drought in women's doubles. The 135th Durand Cup comes to a full circle this Sunday as the Vivekanand Yuva Bhartiya Krinangan hosts the tournament highly anticipated final. 4 weeks after the competition kicked off at the very same venue, Kolkata rivals East Bengal FC and Mohan Bagan Supergiant will clash to claim the title of Asia's oldest full football tournament. Brazilian forward João Pedro has committed to the long-term future of Chelsea, signing a new contract that keeps them at the club until 2034. The attacker, who arrived from Bridgeton an year ago, will also inherit the club's historically challenging number 9 shirt. His new agreement replaces a previous deal that is set to expire in 2032. Ahead of the second test against Sri Lanka in Colombo, India head coach Gautam Gambhir dismissed concerns over external scrutiny. Speaking at pre-match press conference, Gambhir emphasized that his sole priority is delivering results and winning trophies for the nation rather than paying attention to outside noise. Serena Williams is set to make her return to the US Open, partnering with Carlos Alcaraz in a blockbuster mixed doubles pairing. The US Tennis Association confirmed on Saturday that the duo is receiving a wildcard entry into the main draw, which kicks off on Tuesday, with the champions now set to take home $1 million prize. Viewers, Republic TV is bringing you the inside story of Imran Khan right from outside Pakistan's Supreme Court. Now, for days, questions are swirling around Imran Khan's whereabouts, his condition, and with his family and the PTI demanding access and medical attention to Imran Khan. The Pakistan Supreme Court then directed Imran to be moved from the Adiala jail to Shifa International Hospital for medical treatment and examination. But this is not what happened. Imran was instead taken to the PIMS hospital, which is a government hospital, right in the dead of the night, with the Pakistani government citing security concerns. Republic TV is the only Indian channel reporting live from outside the Pakistan Supreme Court, bringing you what really happened on the night Imran was moved. Here's everything that you need to know.
What really happened on the intervening night of August 20 and 21 when Imran Khan was moved out of Adiala jail? Pakistan's Supreme Court had directed that Imran be transferred to Shifa for medical examination and treatment. But Imran Khan was taken to PIMS instead of Shifa International Hospital in darkness with just a single torchlight. Republic TV reported live from outside the Pakistan Supreme Court.
तकरीबन जो है वो 20 और 21 अगस्त की जो दरमियानी रात है उसके अंदर इमरान खान साहब को अडियाला जेल से शिफा इंटरनेशनल हॉस्पिटल की शिफ्टिंग करनी थी और ये फैसला सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने दिया था और उनके 3 रुकनी बेंच ने ये फैसला दिया था। उस बेंच के अंदर जो है वो 3 मुअज़्ज़ज़ जजेस थे जिनमें जस्टिस शाहिद वहीद साहब थे, उनके साथ इश्तियाक इब्राहिम साहब थे और नईम अख्तर अफगान साहब थे। ये 3 जजेस ने ये फैसला दिया था कि इमरान खान साहब को मेडिकल बेसिस के ऊपर अडियाला जेल से जो है वो शिफा इंटरनेशनल हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट किया जाए।
The government says PTI had assured that no workers would gather outside the hospital, but security concerns ultimately led to the change of plan.
तो उनको वहां पे बिठा दिया गया और एक कन्वाय जो है वो पिम्स हॉस्पिटल लेके जाया गया। जब पिम्स हॉस्पिटल पहुंचे तो पिम्स हॉस्पिटल के अंदर जो लाइट्स हैं वो बिल्कुल ऑफ थी और बिल्कुल अंधेरा था। इमरान खान साहब को जब वो आगे लेके जा रहे थे सिक्योरिटी वाले तो वो एक मोबाइल की जो टार्च होती है उस मोबाइल की टार्च के साथ जो है वो उनको मूव करवाया जा रहा था। उनको जो है वो तकरीबन कह रहे हैं आई थिंक सो कि फर्स्ट और सेकंड फ्लोर जो है वहां पे लेके गए और वहां पे उनको जाके बिठा दिया गया।
At PIMS, doctors conducted a detailed medical examination and declared Imran Khan medically fit, later taking him back to Adiala jail. Imran's sister, Uzma Khan, filed a contempt petition accusing senior Pakistani officials of violating the Supreme Court's transfer order. The plea seeks action against those responsible and asks the court to ensure compliance with its original direction.
मुलाकात थी वो बड़ी इमोशनल थी क्योंकि इमरान खान की बहन 9 मंथ के बाद जो है वो इमरान खान साहब से मुलाकात करी थी और उनकी जो आखिरी मुलाकात हुई थी वो 3 दिसंबर को हुई थी और आज जो है वो तकरीबन 22 है तो ये जो है ना तकरीबन 9 महीने का गैप था। 9 महीने का गैप के साथ जो है वो इमरान खान की बहन की उनके मुलाकात हुई, उन्होंने उनको गले लगाया और फिर डॉक्टर ने उनका आंख का मुआयना किया।
Meanwhile, fresh claims have emerged over Imran's condition and his treatment inside the prison. Imran Khan revealed that he developed anxiety, heart problems and hypertension due to solitary confinement and that even jail employees were not allowed to speak to him. Pakistani Supreme Court also revealed that Imran Khan was in no contact with families for 3 years while no picture of him had emerged.
इमरान खान मेडिकली फिट नहीं है। इमरान खान साहब का जो बीपी है वो बढ़ गया था। इमरान खान साहब को एंजाइटी है और एंजाइटी का जो लेवल है वो 3 पे है। मतलब ये है कि बहुत ज़्यादा जब आपका ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन लो हो जाता है, आपका ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन नहीं होता, किसी से आप बात नहीं कर पाते, तो फिर ये होता है कि आपको कैद तन्हाई में जो है ना वो चीज़ें ना आपके पास रीडिंग मटेरियल होता है, उनको कोई अखबारात नहीं दिए जा रहे और उनको जो है वो टीवी प्रोवाइड नहीं किया जा रहा। ये उनके वकला कहते हैं, ये उनकी फैमिली कह रही है जो मुलाकात करने के बाद आए हैं।
His family and party have also raised allegations of medical neglect and mistreatment, claims rejected by the Pakistani government. Imran's party, PTI, now prepares for a long march in September. Now Imran is back in Adiala jail, but the questions over his whereabouts, treatment and transfer remain unanswered.
Viewers, heading into a short commercial break. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. My name is Nayan Shukla. Don't go anywhere. There's a world of news waiting for you on the other side. Coming up, trouble mounts for CJP as FIR filed against Abhijit Dipke and CJP for barging into government schools. All of this after a short break.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग रंग बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से ठीक एक घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग
स्टॉप ठीक बिजनेस पेलो మైండ్ ఉందా అబ్బే అవులే చచ్చిపోయారు पिला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिल्ला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए पिला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए
जना कर रहा था पैसा भी भेज रहा था मेरा बात सब कुछ मतलब क्या बोलता है जो समझ रहा था मेरा बेटा लोगों का भी उसका पापा का भी कुछ तो तकलीफ होने से फोन करने से साथ साथ पैसा भेज देता था तो हम लोग उसका भरोसे में सब कोई था कैसे करके मेरा बेटी को कैसे वो काम उसका कंपनी से उसका काम ऑन था। लंच करने जा रहा था मेरा बेटी, कैसे करके वो मेन रोड में कौन गाड़ी 100 आके मेरा बेटी को ठोक दिया। वहीं पर मेरा बेटी चले गया। हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला, तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक है, एक तो घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग। इतना छोटा बेटी मेरे कैसे चलेगा, मेरा कैसे चलेगा मेरा बेटी।
चिलंजोड़ काई को भैया इतना भाग के आते। वाह वाह वाह। चिलंजोड़ काई को भैया इतना भाग के आते।
रोड क्रॉस करने के बाद एक कार आके को मार दिया सर। उसमें पूजा और भारती 2 जने।
चिलंजोड़ काई को भैया इतना भाग के आते।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला, तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक है, एक तो घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग।
स्टॉप ठीक यूजलेस फेलो మైండ్ ఉందా అబ్బే అవులే చచ్చిపోయారు चिलंजोड़ काई को भैया इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिलंजोड़ काई को भैया इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिलंजोड़ काई को भैया इतना भाग के आते मर गए।
जना कर रहा था, पैसा भी भेज रहा था, मेरा बात सब कुछ मतलब क्या बोलता है जो समझ रहा था। मेरा बेटा लोगों का भी उसका पापा का भी कुछ तकलीफ होने से फोन करने से साथ पैसा भेज देता था। तो हम लोग को उसका भरोसा में सब कोई था। कैसे
Watching live on Republic TV. In this edition, the headlines for the hour: Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets the BJP team at party headquarters, says organizational meetings are all about new ideas and perspectives. FSSAI cracks down on leading food brands, retail chains and luxury hotels. Notices are issued to Nestle, PepsiCo and also to Red Bull. Supreme Court sets aside National Green Tribunal order holding the Art of Living responsible for damage of the Yamuna plains. Top court says that there is no direct evidence that the Art of Living caused damage to Yamuna's fragile ecosystem. Trouble mounts for CJP as FIR filed against Abhijit Dipke and CJP for barging into government schools. US 2 people have died and 5 others were injured after a massive Ganesh idol at Bhuleshwar was fallen down. But we're tracking that for you. Right now we're bringing you another breaking news where this is coming in from Maharashtra. A massive Ganesh idol called the Bhuleshwar Raja, which is supposed to be a very congested in a narrow space in south of Mumbai. Now it fell during the arrival procession in Mumbai, and according to the preliminary information, this incident took place about 9:51 p.m. on a Saturday during the arrival ceremony of the Ganesh idol. The incident was reported by CP Control, following which multiple agencies including the BMC, the Fire Brigade and also the Mumbai Police, Traffic Police and 108 emergency ambulances were arrived at the place. In fact, BMC ward staff were also mobilized later at the spot. Now, officials have confirmed that 2 people have died and 5 others have sustained injuries in the incident. And amongst the injured are also 2 minor girls which were aged 5 and 7. Now, further details regarding the condition of the injured persons are awaited, but the incident occurred as devotees had gathered for the arrival procession of the Ganesh idol, which is associated as Bhuleshwar Raja, in the Ganpati celebrations in the Bhuleshwar areas. Visuals on your television screen right now coming in from Mumbai, Maharashtra. All right, viewers, getting breaking news, which is an international breaking. Trump has reiterated that the Strait of Hormuz is the new U.S. territory. Trump had first shared the image of this place on the 18th of August, and he said that he could declare the waterway as a U.S. territory. Donald Trump has once again shared an image on Truth Social depicting the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz as a new U.S. territory. In fact, this latest post comes amidst the escalating tensions between Washington and Tehran. However, Iran maintains that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. But Trump is calling it out as the new U.S. territory. In fact, Tehran has said that the waterway will remain closed unless the United States changes its approach, including its pressure and blockade measures. So, big breaking news coming in all the way, while the U.S. President Donald Trump has once again shared an image on Truth Social depicting the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz as a new United States territory. In response to this new Truth Social post, Iran is warning its neighbors of supporting Trump. He's saying, what is Iran really saying? Iran is warning its neighbor countries such as the Gulf states, if they cooperate with the United States campaign to economically pressure Iran, Tehran may treat them as enemies. So big breaking news coming in where Iran is threatening retaliation against their interest. Iran would strike the economic interest and infrastructure of the neighboring countries that assist Washington. And he's saying Tehran does not want to be widening the war, but if they retaliate, if their neighbors are retaliating and trying to economically pressure Iran and participate in the US pressure campaign, then Tehran may treat them as enemies. Also, not a single drop of oil is leaving the Persian and the Persian Gulf. if Iran is threatening to disrupt the regional oil exports. Iran is also saying that the Gulf countries, if they try to bypass Hormuz using pipelines or ports, then they would also become targets. So Iran is giving direct warning to its neighbors of not to support Trump. Viewers, a decade after the World Culture Festival controversy, the Art of Living stands vindicated. The Supreme Court has overturned the NGT's 2017 judgment against the organization, ruling that there was no scientific evidence to establish that the 2016 World Cultural Festival has caused any damage to the Yamuna floodplains. Now, the top court also ordered a full refund of 5 crore rupees. Here's everything that we know in the latest in the story. Take a look. 10 years after the World Culture Festival, the Supreme Court is now set to aside the 2017 NGT judgment and all consequential interim orders. The Apex Court found no scientific proof establishing that the Art of Living's event caused damage to Yamuna's floodplains. The 2016 World Culture Festival by Art of Living, held on the Yamuna floodplain, became the center of massive legal and media battle. 3 days, millions of people, and an environmental allegation that would follow the Art of Living for nearly a decade. The National Green Tribunal had held the organizers responsible for damage to the Yamuna floodplain and ordered a 5 crore rupees in environmental compensation. But the Supreme Court has now dismantled the NGT judgment. The Apex Court has set aside the 2017 NGT judgment and directed the Delhi Development Authority to refund the 5 crore rupees deposit. The top court found that there was no direct evidence establishing the World Cultural Festival caused environmental damage, contending that the site was already degraded. The court also questioned the methodology used to assess the alleged damage, including reliance on visual inspections and omitting scientific evidence. The court held that NGT's power under Section 15 of the NGT Act was to order restoration, not to impose a broader rehabilitation exercise on the Art of Living. The DDA had granted permission for the cultural event, but the Supreme Court held the long-term duty to rehabilitate the floodplain rests with the DDA. The verdict is a complete setback for the NGT's earlier core finding against the organizers. Meanwhile, the top court held that the Art of Living was also entitled to the 5 crore rupee refund. With the Art of Living now vindicated, the Supreme Court has now put to rest a decade-long controversy over the World Culture Festival. Viewers, in our next report, the FSSAI has stepped up its crackdown on the food businesses across India, issuing 150 notices to food companies for various violations. FSSAI says that the action is aimed at ensuring compliance and protecting the consumer interest, ensuring strict adherence to the regulatory standards that remain essential to maintaining transparency and safety across the food supply chain. Take a look at this report. Under a major crackdown, FSSAI issued 150 notices over misleading advertisements, false claims and labeling violations. Several major food and beverage companies are among those facing the action. They have ensured strict adherence to regulatory standards, stating it's essential to maintaining transparency and safety across the food supply chain. The list includes Nestle India, Mondelez India, Abbott India, Danone India, Coca-Cola India, PepsiCo India and Red Bull India. The crackdown has also reached the quick commerce sector. FSSAI issued 12 notices to platforms like Amazon Now and Flipkart Minutes. 5-star hotels are also now facing regulatory action. More than 20 notices have been issued to major hotel operators. More than 30 notices have been issued to food service establishments including KFC, Domino's, Pizza Hut, McDonald's and also Costa Coffee. The crackdown is a step towards safer food, greater transparency, and stronger consumer protection across the country. Viewers, Manipur's NRC before census agitation is intensifying, with thousands taking to the streets in Imphal East. The Khurai women joined a mass torch rally. They're demanding that the NRC be updated before any census exercise. Protesters are also opposing the conduct of the census operations until their demands are addressed. Take a look at all these recent developments that we have for you. The NRC before census campaign is gathering momentum in Manipur. In Khurai, Imphal East, thousands of women took onto the streets in a mass torch-bearing rally demanding updation of the NRC before any census operation. With the torches in their hands, protesters marched through the streets, raising one clear slogan: "No NRC, no census." The mobilization comes amid growing opposition on the ongoing census process in the state. The groups leading the campaign argue that questions surrounding citizenship and undocumented migration must be addressed before the population is counted. They have also raised concerns over the status of internally displaced people, arguing that present circumstances would affect the accuracy of the census. The protesters are demanding that the sequence be reversed: NRC updation first, census later. The campaign has already included rallies, shutdown calls, and a boycott of the government offices. And as the mobilization grows, security forces have been deployed in the area and kept on high alert to prevent any untoward incident. Viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the BJP's new national office bearers, led by Party President Nitin Nabin at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. The meeting comes after days Nitin Nabin announced the party's new team with a focus on organizational strengthening, youth outreach, and upcoming assembly election. Here's everything that we know in the story. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the BJP's newly formed national team, led by Party President Nitin Nabin at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. The meeting marked Prime Minister Modi's first interaction with the new national office bearers. The new team includes several prominent names, including Vasundhara Raje, Smriti Irani, K. Surendran, Kavita Patidar, and Manoj Tikka. Earlier, Nitin Nabin chaired the first organizational meeting of the new office bearers, with focus on upcoming elections, grassroots mobilization, and youth outreach.
The BJP's new national team is a reflection of balancing mix of leaders from all across the country. It includes young leaders as well as senior leaders, and a great push to youth and Northeast has been given in the new team. Earlier today, Nitin Nabin held an introductory meeting with the 65 members here in New Delhi. Meanwhile, a special program will be organized to commemorate Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 25 years in public service.
The meeting also began with the recitation of all 6 stanzas of Vande Mataram. Meanwhile, the BJP also announced a nationwide campaign to spread awareness about the history and significance of Vande Mataram. After meeting the new team, Prime Minister Modi described the interaction as an opportunity for new ideas and perspectives. Prime Minister Modi also mentioned that the meeting was aimed at strengthening the party and deepening its connect with the people. With major organizational reset and large number of new faces, BJP's new team now faces the task of taking the party's political and organizational agenda to the ground.
Viewers, 3 very disturbing cases, 3 very young lives that are lost, and there were 3 very different circumstances. Now, a 19-year-old nursing student was found dead in her Delhi hostel. An IIT Delhi student who allegedly died by suicide after jumping from the lecture hall complex, and a family tragedy in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar where a dispute over an iPhone ended with 3 deaths. Now, the reasons remain under investigation in the Delhi and IIT case, but the pattern raises a larger uncomfortable question. What is driving these young people to take life to the edge? Take a look at this report.
A 19-year-old third-year BSc nursing student died in her hostel room at Sir Ganga Ram Hospital in Delhi. Police say that she was found hanging after returning to her hostel following evening ward duty, with the circumstances and reason for her death still under investigation. Delhi police have called the crime team and are recording statements from her family and friends as they try to establish what led to her death.
There was no suicide note recovered at the spot by the police officials. However, Gangaram Hospital has also said that this incident is very deeply shocking and they are very concerned regarding this incident. But currently the investigation in this matter is still going on as a tragic incident unfolded in the national capital on August 21.
And in another disturbing case, an IIT student died by suicide after a fall from the 6th floor of the lecture hall complex. Rishikesh Kumar, a second-year MSc Physics student, was taken to hospital but was declared dead. Police have begun an investigation, but the reason behind his death is not yet known. And then a separate tragedy in Maharashtra. A family dispute over an iPhone ended with 3 members of one family dead. 19-year-old Kunal Changure climbed a 400 to 500-foot cliff after an argument over payment of his phone's EMI and threatened to end his life. For nearly 3 hours, his parents, police, fire teams, and villagers tried to persuade him to step back.
सरपंच ते गावचे
iPhone 15 Pro आहे तो.
ऐक ना भैया ऐक ना जरा ऐक ना
बस अरे कुणाल तू समोर आहे
ऐक ना भैया ऐक ना जरा ऐक ना आमचं अरे ऐक रे बाबा
तू उडी मारल्यानं कोणाचं मोठं नाव होणार आहे तुझं आईसाठी काय होणार तुझं आईसाठी जग ना.
But the rescue efforts ended in horror when Kunal fell. His father fell while trying to save him, and his mother also plunged from the cliff. 3 tragedies involving young people and very different circumstances. What is driving these youngsters to commit suicide? Is it academic pressure, family conflicts, or mental and social distress? In Delhi and at IIT Delhi, investigators are still trying to establish the reasons. The Sambhajinagar tragedy, meanwhile, shows how a moment of intense conflict can spiral into an irreversible catastrophe. Behind every such death is a story that often remains unseen, and a question society cannot afford to ignore. What is pushing young lives towards such desperate choices?
Viewers, today India celebrates the National Space Day, marking a giant leap in our journey to the stars. It was on this day, on August 23, 2023, that India scripted history when ISRO's Chandrayaan-3 successfully soft-landed on the southern part of the moon. Take a look at this video put out by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
मैंने अयोध्या में कहा था ये नए काल चक्र की शुरुआत है ये एक नए काल चक्र का उद्गम है इस नए काल क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में भारत अपना स्पेस लगातार बड़ा बना रहा है और ये हमारे स्पेस प्रोग्राम में भी साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है। हम सब ने मिलकर 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का संकल्प लिया। इस संकल्प को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने में स्पेस सेक्टर की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है। आज ये जेन जी इंजीनियर्स, जेन जी डिजाइनर्स, जेन जी कोडर्स और जेन जी साइंटिस्ट नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी बना रहे हैं। प्रोपल्सन सिस्टम हो, कंपोजिट मटेरियल्स हो, रॉकेट स्टेजेज हो, सैटेलाइट प्लेटफॉर्म्स हो, भारत का युवा आज उन क्षेत्रों में काम कर रहा है जिनकी कुछ साल पहले कल्पना भी संभव नहीं थी। भारत का प्राइवेट स्पेस टैलेंट पूरी दुनिया में अपनी अलग पहचान बना रहा है। आज ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए भारत का स्पेस सेक्टर एक अट्रैक्टिव डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। इसरो की सफलता देखकर कितने ही बच्चों के मन में ये बात आती है कि बड़ा होकर मैं भी साइंटिस्ट बनूंगा। वो रॉकेट का काउंटडाउन लाखों लाख बच्चों को प्रेरित करता है। हर घर में कागज के हवाई जहाज उड़ाने वाला जो एरोनॉटिकल इंजीनियर है, बड़ा होकर आप जैसा इंजीनियर बनना चाहता है, साइंटिस्ट बनना चाहता है। हाथ में तिरंगा है, अंतरिक्ष है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सपना है, वही हम सबका संकल्प है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सेनको से मेरा नाता सालों पुराना है। ये मेरे लिए बस एक ब्रांड नहीं है, ये है एक लेगेसी। मेरी शादी के कंगन सेनको से ही लिए थे,
क्योंकि ऐसी बारीक कारीगरी और कहाँ।
इसीलिए सेनको इंडिया का
amongst most trusted jewelry brand as nominated by the TRA।
अब मैं क्या ही बोलूं।
परिवार, अटूट भरोसा। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Pune, which is scheduled on August 22nd. The BJP shared a video claiming it shows a phone conversation between a social media influencer with a worker of the Congress party, who asks her to attend the event and highlight it on her social media handle. The person on the other side of the phone can be heard telling the social media influencer that she will be paid 25,000 rupees to attend the event in Pune.
25 you said, and the travel cost. So can you make it everything in 25 and then you can go?
Okay. And how would the payment process be done?
Payment will be after the event, 1 or 2 days after the event, and I will make the payment. I will ask your account details or UPI ID, and I will make the payment. Okay. And there I will share a contact of a person. He will connect with you and he will guide you. He will provide you the pass and all.
Okay, all right. So will I get an official email to attend this? Because
No official email. You direct reach at the venue. I will share the location, and there our person will contact with you. I will share that person number to you also.
But what exactly I have to do over there? Just attend, or I have to do something?
No.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
प्योर मसाला
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to rupees 300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला। तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से ठीक एक घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग।
Stop. Think. Useless fellow. Mind on the ape. Howle. Such bearo. पिला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए पिला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए
जना कर रहा था पैसा भी भेज रहा था मेरा बात सब कुछ मतलब क्या बोलता है जो समझ रहा था मेरा बेटा लोगों का भी उसका पापा का भी कुछ तो तकलीफ होने से फोन करने से साथ साथ पैसा भेज देता था। तो हम लोग उसका भरोसे में सब कोई था कैसे करके मेरा बेटी को कैसे वो काम उसका कंपनी से उसका काम ऑन था लंच करने जा रहा था मेरा बेटी कैसे करके वो मेन रोड में कौन गाड़ी 100 आके मेरा बेटी को ठोक दिया वहीं पर मेरा बेटी चले गया। हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं कैसे चलेगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and this is the meeting that happened with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP's new team at the party headquarters, where he said that organizational meetings are all about new ideas and perspectives. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Panama flagged ship carrying 24 crew members sinks off Odisha's coast. Indian Navy Coast Guard launch rescue operations. Two dead, 5 injured after Ganpati idol falls during arrival procession in Mumbai's Bhuleshwar. FSSAI cracks down on leading food brands, retail chains and luxury hotels. Notices issued to Nestle, PepsiCo and Red Bull. Trouble mounts for CJP as FIR filed against Abhijit Deepke and CJP for barging into government school. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar to embark on two-day visit to Russia to co-chair the 27th session of the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are getting. It is about a Panama-flagged bulk carrier carrying 24 crew members which sank in the Bay of Bengal, around 240 nautical miles from Odisha's Paradip coast on Saturday. And this triggered a major search and rescue operation by the Indian Coast Guard and Indian Navy. The vessel MV Ocean Winner was carrying 20 Chinese, 3 Myanmar nationals and 1 Bangladeshi crew member. Its last port of call was Paradip and its next scheduled port was Singapore. Now, the ICG, that is the Indian Coast Guard, has so far confirmed that 2 survivors have been rescued from 2 life rafts, while the search continues for the remaining 22 crew members. Now, the ICG's Maritime Rescue Coordination Center in Sri Vijayapuram received information at 11:48 a.m. from a company associated with the vessel about the loss of communication with MV Ocean Winner. Now, the company also requested search and rescue assistance. Now, the bulk carrier was carrying iron ore from Odisha and was bound for Singapore. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. It's about chaos which happened during a pre-release event of a movie named Toxic, when several students climbed onto the sound boxes, which suddenly collapsed. Now, students were injured in the collapse, and police have shifted the injured to a nearby hospital for treatment. Dramatic visuals, horrifying visuals have also surfaced. We'll show you the visuals in a short while because it happened when a sound system collapsed. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, first on Republic, these visuals, as you can see, sudden collapse of that entire sound box which happened in Hyderabad, in Telangana, as you can see on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And many students, we are getting to know, were injured because of this. Initial reports suggest 1 or 2 students, but by looking at the visuals, it seems very horrific, and many more might have been injured looking at the sudden fall of the sound system. And you can see from the visuals and understand the kind of scenario it was. All right, let's go across to Aishwarya for all the details into the story. Aishwarya, seems to be complete mismanagement where this event happened. It was a pre-release event of a movie called Toxic. What exactly happened? The visuals are dramatic when students can be seen falling. All right, there seems to be some audio issue. We'll go back to Aishwarya. Okay, we'll go back to Aishwarya, but look at these visuals, ladies and gentlemen. This was the chaos that broke out during the pre-release event of the movie called Toxic, when several students climbed onto the sound boxes and which suddenly collapsed. Students were injured in the collapse. Police have shifted the injured to a nearby hospital for treatment. And you can see the chaos and the people being taken, students being taken for treatment by the fellow students who were gathered there. And you can see on a big screen, this is the movie pre-release event, and a large crowd had gathered there. And this happened in Hyderabad, and you can see the visuals on your screen. Those who were injured were taken to the nearby hospital. Let's go back to Aishwarya for all the updates. Aishwarya, if you can put this into perspective and share the details of what exactly unfolded there. Many students we are getting to know are injured, and the visuals are dramatic when they all fell together suddenly.
Well, absolutely. The visuals speak for itself in this particular event, where a toxic pre-release event, that is the upcoming movie of the actor Yash, was planned in progress. The event was planned in a Mallareddy Engineering College here in Hyderabad when this particular unfortunate incident had happened. When Yash, the lead actor of the movie, was speaking on stage, the large crowds began to gather, and the frenzy was clearly seen among the crowd, and they began to rush towards the stage to have a better glimpse of the actor, or to even, in fact, have a better view. And that is when the students also began to perform stunts by climbing onto the sound system that you can see there in the visuals, where the students are above the sound system ladders. The equipments that were kept for the sound system, the floodlights and all the other equipments, the big students began to climb that, and that is when, notwithstanding the weight of several students were climbing on it, it had collapsed suddenly, leaving one student seriously injured. He had a fracture. This is what the police have confirmed. Currently, he's undergoing treatment in a private hospital here in Hyderabad, and his condition is stable. However, several other students who were in and around the stage sustained minor injuries. Is what the police have also said. What the police are on asking about permissions and for the event, they have told that the permission was sought for this particular event. However, they did not expect such large turnout of students for this particular event. What the Mallareddy College had promised was it was more than what the Mallareddy College had promised for the gathering, and that is the reason the stampede-like situation and students students are not behaving properly led to this entire incident, is what the police have also said. They will go get into the bottom of it, conduct a thorough investigation, and also register a case against the college if necessary, is what the police have also said to us.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Aishwarya, for all the details. Keep a track of all the developments. But a clear case of mismanagement on the part of administration. The students shouldn't have been allowed to climb on that structure too. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. It's about the stray menace once again in Maharashtra's Beed. A 2-year-old girl named Shivanshi Rameshwar Gholap was suddenly attacked by a stray dog while she was playing in front of her house, and she suffered serious facial injuries that required 12 stitches for a child. And she was shifted to the ICU and is currently undergoing treatment at Janai Hospital in the Nagar Naka area. Now, this is another case of a stray menace that we are getting to know from Beed, Maharashtra. Exclusive visuals on your television screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, visuals coming in from Beed, Maharashtra, where this dog attack happened. And that too on a very small child, on a very little child, and just a 2-year-old girl named Shivanshi Rameshwar Gholap, who was attacked by the stray. This was exactly the visual when you can see the dog attacked Shivanshi, and she was injured because of this, and she suffered facial injuries. We have blurred the image for you because the image is also, the visual is also disturbing. This image is also disturbing, so we have blurred the visual for you. She has facial injuries because of the dog attack, and God forbid, if there were not people around, if they wouldn't have come for the rescue of this little child, she might have been very, very seriously injured, and she's just a 2-year-old. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. The wildfire situation in Spain's Valencia region remains serious, with emergency crews battling flames that have spread rapidly in recent days. Now, the blaze triggered by lightning has forced evacuations and prompted authorities to raise the emergency level. Firefighters are continuing efforts to contain the fire. Take a look.
Firefighters in Spain's Valencia region are battling intense wildfires. Authorities say lightning triggered the blaze. The fire broke out near Segorbe late Thursday and spread rapidly on Friday afternoon. Strong winds and changing wind direction made the conditions worse. Residents in nearby Gatova were first told to take shelter and later they evacuated as the fire increased. More than 1,000 people were forced to leave their homes and many of those evacuated even feared for their properties. Firefighters in Spain's Valencia region are battling intense wildfires. Authorities say lightning triggered the blaze. The fire broke out near Segorbe late Thursday and spread rapidly on Friday afternoon. Strong winds and changing wind direction made the conditions worse. Residents in nearby Gatova were first told to take shelter and later they evacuated as the fire increased. More than 1,000 people were forced to leave their homes and many of those evacuated even feared for their properties. Emergency crews continued fighting the flames on Saturday. Aerial firefighting teams were brought in to help contain the blaze. Spain's military emergency unit also joined the operation. Firefighters from across Valencia are assisting on the ground. Authorities have raised the wildfire emergency to level 2. Crews are continuing efforts to bring the fire. Firefighters in Spain's Valencia region are battling intense wildfires.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we're tracking. Breaking news coming in from Thailand, from Bangkok. A routine theft stop in Bangkok suddenly turned violent. The police have arrested a 29-year-old American citizen, that is Alexander Troy Lopez, who allegedly stole from a local convenience store on Saturday. And during the stop, Lopez suddenly pulled a box cutter on a responding officer and slashed the officer's throat. While fleeing the scene, authorities have launched a pursuit and then they captured him very quickly also. And the injured Thai police officer survived the brutal attack. Lopez is currently being held in a secure police custody. Now, we also have the visuals where he was attacked, and this is exactly the guy who attacked the police officer. Just imagine he was in a foreign soil. He was on the foreign soil and he attacked the Thai police officer. He attacked the Thai police officer, that too with a box cutter. He slit his throat and somehow the police officer survived. And it's also confirmed that he was under the influence of methamphetamine, and also because he was under the influence of drugs. So that angle was also being probed, and it has been now confirmed. He was under the influence of drugs, and that's exactly when he was stealing something from a shop and he attacked the police officer with a box cutter. He slit his throat. A fresh political war has erupted between the BJP and the Congress over national song Vande Mataram. While the BJP has passed a resolution mandating respect for all 6 stanzas following new legal protections passed in Parliament, the Congress Working Committee has resolved to stick to its 1937 decision to sing only the first 2 stanzas. Now, the decades-old debate over the national song has once again taken center stage, triggering a sharp political face-off. Watch this report.
2 stanzas or 6. A song that became a symbol of India's freedom struggle is now at the center of a fresh political battle. The Congress Working Committee has decided to retain the practice of singing only the first 2 stanzas of Vande Mataram at Congress programs. The BJP has now passed a resolution condemning that decision. The BJP says this is appeasement politics. Congress says the BJP is politicizing history. But why did Congress limit the song in the first place? And why has that 1937 decision suddenly become a major political issue in 2026?
आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री नितिन नवीन जी की टीम की घोषणा के पश्चात आज पहली पदाधिकारी बैठक प्रातः संपन्न हुआ है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय में, और अभी भी बैठकों के सिलसिले जारी हैं। और यह जो पहला पदाधिकारी बैठक माननीय नितिन नवीन जी का हुआ है, उसमें पहला रिजोल्यूशन पहला प्रस्ताव भारत के गौरव, भारत के सम्मान और जिन लोगों ने, जिन हुतात्माओं ने अपना बलिदान दिया है भारत की स्वतंत्रता के लिए, वैसे महामंत्र वंदे मातरम के सम्मान में यह प्रस्ताव जारी हुआ है।
The BJP resolution also points to correspondence between Jawaharlal Nehru and Muhammad Ali Jinnah in 1938. The BJP says the Muslim League had raised objections to Vande Mataram and that Congress accepted restrictions on its use at national occasions. The party uses this history to argue that communal demands were being allowed to influence national symbols. But this is where the political interpretation becomes contested. Congress's argument is that the two-stanza version was intended to avoid religious objections and create a form of the song that could be accepted as a national symbol by people across communities. So the same historical decision has two very different readings.
मुझे बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने शायद पढ़ा नहीं है कि महात्मा गांधी जी ने क्या कहा था वंदे मातरम के लिए। मैं पढ़ना चाहूंगा महात्मा गांधी जी ने क्या कहा था वंदे मातरम के लिए। महात्मा गांधी on वंदे मातरम, no matter what its source was and how and when it was composed, it has become a most powerful battle cry among Hindus and Muslimans of Bengal during the partition days. It was anti-imperialistic cry. As a lad, when I knew nothing of Anandamath or even Bankim, its immortal author, Vande Mataram had gripped me. And when I heard it, sung it, it had enthralled me. I associated the purest national spirit with it. I repeat, I associated the purest national spirit with it. It never occurred to me that it was a Hindu song or meant only for Hindus. Unfortunately, we have fallen on evil days. Unfortunately, we have fallen on evil days. This is what Mahatma Gandhi said. That was all pure gold. That was all. वो छह छंद, that was all pure gold before has become base metal today. जो पहले प्योर गोल्ड था अब वो बेस मेटल बन गया है। यह गांधी जी का मानना था और आज कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जानबूझकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को बढ़ाया है।
For the BJP, this is part of an effort to restore the national song to what it considers its rightful place in India's national consciousness. But on the same Independence Day, another controversy erupted.
पहली बार भारत के इतिहास में 15 अगस्त 2026 को संपूर्ण वंदे मातरम का 6 स्टैंजास जिसमें हैं, 6 पद जिसमें हैं, संपूर्ण वंदे मातरम का पठन, उसका गायन लाल किले के परिसर में हुआ। यह एक नया इतिहास बना। सूर्योदय के साथ हमने संपूर्ण वंदे मातरम को सुना, सराहा, नमन किया, तो सूर्य अस्त होते होते 15 अगस्त 2026 को सोशल मीडिया और मीडिया के माध्यम से कांग्रेस के कार्यालय में जो कुकृत्य हुआ उसको भी हमने देखा। हमने देखा कि किस प्रकार से जब कांग्रेस की पूर्व अध्यक्षा आदरणीय सोनिया गांधी जी, कांग्रेस के पूर्व अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री राहुल गांधी जी, उनकी मौजूदगी में जब तिरंगा लहराया जा रहा था, फहराया जा रहा था, उस समय जब वंदे मातरम शुरू हुआ, आरंभ हुआ, तो सोनिया जी ने इशारों में 2 छंदों के बाद, 2 पदों के बाद, 2 स्टैंजास के बाद स्टॉप स्टॉप कहते हुए उन्हें देखा गया। कहीं ना कहीं उनके शीर्ष नेतृत्व में, खास करके सोनिया जी और राहुल जी में अफरा तफरी का माहौल था, मानो कुछ अपशब्दों का प्रयोग हो रहा हो। जिस प्रकार का भगदड़ मचा और जिस प्रकार के रिएक्शन पूरे देश में आए, तो कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस डैमेज कंट्रोल मोड में आई और सबने कहा कि सोनिया जी स्टॉप नहीं कह रही थी, सोनिया जी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी के लिए कुर्सी मंगा रही थी। तो सभी कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने कहा कुर्सी मंगाया जा रहा था, मगर 19 अगस्त 2026 आज से कुछ दिनों पहले CWC के मीटिंग में, कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी के मीटिंग में एक रिजोल्यूशन पारित किया गया, जो रिजोल्यूशन 1937 में कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी ने अक्टूबर माह में कलकत्ता में पारित किया था। और वो रिजोल्यूशन था कि हम 6 छंदों के वंदे मातरम को नहीं मानेंगे, हम वंदे मातरम का विभाजन करेंगे, वंदे मातरम को काट छांट करके केवल 2 ही स्टैंजा, 2 ही पद वंदे मातरम का गाएंगे। हम सब जानते हैं 1937 में यह निर्णय क्यों लिया गया था।
तो क्या गुरु रविंद्रनाथ एंटी नेशनल थे? क्या सरदार पटेल एंटी नेशनल थे? क्या जो उस वक्त के सारे नेता थे कांग्रेस के वो एंटी नेशनल थे? क्योंकि बाकी का नाम लूंगा तो ये फूक जाते हैं। मैं पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का नाम लूंगा, ये फूक जाएंगे। मैं और अबुल कलाम आज़ाद साहब का नाम लूंगा तो ये उछल जाएंगे। तो मैं तो उनका नाम ले रहा हूं जिनका भेज धरा था, आपने भेज धरा था ना प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गुरु रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का, तो मैं उनका नाम ले रहा हूं। क्या वो एंटी नेशनल थे? उन्होंने ही ये प्रस्ताव रखा था, उन्हीं की सलाह के ऊपर। सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी एंटी नेशनल थे। सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने ये बात पूछी थी और सुभाष चंद्र बोस के पूछने पर गुरु रविंद्रनाथ ने सलाह, टैगोर ने सलाह दी थी कि इन 2 छंदों को रखा जाए, क्योंकि भारत एक धर्मनिरपेक्ष राष्ट्र होगा जिसके अंदर सभी लोगों का समावेश होगा, जिसके अंदर हिंदू मुसलमान सब लोगों को अपनी इबादत का इख्तियार होगा। तो उसी के ऊपर वो
ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ನಮಗಂತೂ ಯಾವುದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ। ಯಾಕಂದರೆ CBI ಪ್ರಾಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಅವರು ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು। ನಾನು ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇದು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ। CBI ಅವರೇ ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆದಂಥ ರಜನೀಶ್ ಗೋಯಲ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೇಸು ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ, ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸು ನೀವೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು। ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸು ನಾವೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗಲ್ವಾ ತನಿಖೆ? बट एनीवे नाउ
देश की एकता के साथ, देश की अस्मिता के साथ, देश की स्वाभिमान के साथ कभी खड़ी नहीं रहा है। तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कांग्रेस सदैव करते आई है। ये तो नग्न तुष्टीकरण की पराकाष्ठा है। कांग्रेस पार्टी की नकाब देशवासियों के सामने खुल गई है।
There is another major element in the BJP's resolution. The party points to the 2026 amendment to the law dealing with insults to national honor. The BJP says the amendment gives Vande Mataram legal protection and makes intentional disruption of its singing punishable. Its argument is that a Congress Working Committee resolution dating back to 1937 cannot take precedence over a law passed by Parliament in 2026.
Now, Manipur's NRC before census agitation is intensifying, with thousands taking to the streets in Imphal East. Now, in Khurai, women joined a mass torch rally demanding that the NRC be updated before any census exercise. Now, protesters are also opposing the conduct of census operations until their demands are addressed. Take a look at all the recent developments.
The NRC before census campaign is gathering momentum in Manipur. In Khurai, Imphal East, thousands of women took onto the streets in a mass torch-bearing rally demanding updation of the NRC before any census operation. With the torches in their hands, protesters marched through the streets, raising one clear slogan: no NRC, no census. The mobilization comes amid growing opposition on the ongoing census process in the state. The groups leading the campaign argue that questions surrounding citizenship and undocumented migration must be addressed before the population is counted. They have also raised concerns over the status of internally displaced people, arguing that present circumstances would affect the accuracy of the census. The protesters are demanding that the sequence be reversed: NRC updation first, census later. The campaign has already included rallies, shutdown calls, and a boycott of the government offices. And as the mobilization grows, security forces have been deployed in the area and kept on high alert to prevent any untoward incident.
Now today, India celebrates National Space Day, marking a giant leap in our journey to the stars. Now, it was on this day, August 23rd, 2023, that India scripted history when ISRO's Chandrayaan-3 successfully soft-landed on the south pole of the moon. Take a look at this video put out by our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi.
मैंने अयोध्या में कहा था ये नए काल चक्र की शुरुआत है। ये एक नए काल चक्र का उद्गम है। इस नए काल क्षेत्र में ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में भारत अपना स्पेस लगातार बड़ा बना रहा है और ये हमारे स्पेस प्रोग्राम में भी साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है। हम सब ने मिलकर 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का संकल्प लिया। इस संकल्प को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने में स्पेस सेक्टर की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है। आज ये जेन जी इंजीनियर्स, जेन जी डिजाइनर्स, जेन जी कोडर्स और जेन जी साइंटिस्ट नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी बना रहे हैं। प्रोपल्सन सिस्टम हो, कंपोजिट मटेरियल्स हो, रॉकेट स्टेजेज हो, सैटेलाइट प्लेटफॉर्म्स हो, भारत का युवा आज उन क्षेत्रों में काम कर रहा है जिनकी कुछ साल पहले कल्पना भी संभव नहीं थी। भारत का प्राइवेट स्पेस टैलेंट पूरी दुनिया में अपनी अलग पहचान बना रहा है। आज ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए भारत का स्पेस सेक्टर एक अट्रैक्टिव डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। इसरो की सफलता देखकर कितने ही बच्चों के मन में ये बात आती है कि बड़ा होकर मैं भी साइंटिस्ट बनूंगा। वो रॉकेट का काउंटडाउन लाखों लाख बच्चों को प्रेरित करता है। हर घर में कागज के हवाई जहाज उड़ाने वाला जो एरोनॉटिकल इंजीनियर है, बड़ा होकर आप जैसा इंजीनियर बनना चाहता है, साइंटिस्ट बनना चाहता है। हाथ में तिरंगा है, अंतरिक्ष है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सपना है, वही हम सबका संकल्प है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Pune, which is scheduled on August 22nd. The BJP shared a video claiming it shows a phone conversation between a social media influencer with a worker of the Congress party, who asks her to attend the event and highlight it on her social media handle. The person on the other side of the phone can be heard telling the social media influencer that she will be paid 25,000 rupees to attend the event in Pune.
If you said and the travel cost, so can you make it everything in 25 and then you can go?
Okay, and how would the payment process be done?
payment will be after the event, 1 or 2 days after the event, and I will make the payment. I will ask your account details or UPI ID, and I will make the payment. And there I will share a contact of a person. He will connect with you and he will guide you. He will provide you the pass and all.
Okay, okay. All right. So will I get an email, official email to attend this? Because
No official email. You direct reach at the venue. I will share the location and there our person will contact with you. I will share that person number to you also.
But what exactly I have to do over there? Just attend or I have to do something?
No, you not just attend. You have to highlight the event, like make 2 or 3 videos. One, the Rahul Gandhi ji will be speaking, to record some part from there and some part from crowd. And you can make some opinion video, like talking to some people, how students especially. There are girl student invited, so you can talk to them how they are feeling about the event, Rahul Gandhi ji and all.
Very warm welcome, viewers, to the latest edition of Republic Defense, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you from the sovereign push for India's very own fighter jet engine to the India-Japan Defense Pact. Also we get you how we are going to pay tribute to those who have paid with their lives, while there are some who use the Gen Z card to insult the armed forces. We get you all that and much more on Republic Defense today. Viewers. So starting with the breakthrough that's in sight as far as the indigenous fighter jet engine is concerned. The AMCA project, it's a major update coming in. Now, Reliance, in partnership with Rolls-Royce, have announced their intent, it's just an intent that has been indicated, to join hands and offer capabilities for design, development and manufacturing a sovereign indigenous combat engine for India's ambitious AMCA program. Now, as part of this partnership, Reliance and Rolls-Royce will explore the formation of a dedicated aerospace gas turbine complex that will be a center of excellence for power and propulsion technology in India. But why, viewers, is this offer significant? And let us first tell you what's the AMCA about, because it's an ambitious project for India. And AMCA, viewers, as we have time and again covered on our defense, is the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. It's indigenously developed 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft. It's a twin-engine multi-role stealth fighter, multi-mission aircraft, including maritime stealth, ability to fly at supersonic speeds without the afterburners. It's AI-assisted state-of-the-art sensor fusion and multispectral camouflage capacity. Now, the initial batches of the AMCA jet are likely to have the GE F414 engine. That's again, we imported from America. Now, viewers, the roadmap to AMCA is a prototype that is being that could be rolled out as soon as 2027 to 2029. Talking about the first flight, when do we expect the first flight? That's 2028 to 2029. Flight testing and certification, 2029 to 2032. So there's a lot of time, viewers, for that. Limited series production around 2033. Full-scale induction into Indian Air Force expected 2034 to 2035. So 10 years from now is what we expect that India could have its own AMCA fighter jet engine. This is India's very own fighter jet for the first time. Now, viewers, what has happened is that India's defense collaboration with US firm GE Aerospace centers on 2 major jet engine frameworks. A $1 billion procurement contract that has been signed in November 2025 for 113 F404, that is F404 engines to power the Tejas Mark 1A jets. There has been a delay for a reason, viewers. Ongoing negotiations for the joint production and 80% of the technology transfer for F414 engines also. But there are problems with this deal. Let's tell you what really has been the latest update. There have been severe delivery delays for the GEF-04 already. Delays already affecting the Tejas Mark 1 and the others as well. Soaring engine cost is threatening the AMCA ambitions as well. Sharp rise in estimated G414 unit also has been indicated as far as the costs is concerned. Lack of complete technology transfer is another such problem. And to counter that, if India has its own sovereignty as far as the fighter jet engine is concerned, then it will be nothing like that. But what are the challenges and how easy or difficult it would be? For that, we have Group Captain, we have Group Captain Augustine Vinod joining us, former Air Force fighter pilot. Thanks so much for joining us on Republic Defense. There are, of course, lots of concerns we've seen over the years regarding the engines. India tried to develop its own Kaveri engine that was, of course, tragically suspended, never happened. Now India has the private players. Rolls-Royce comes in with a lot of experience, of course, and Reliance, of course, the Indian company. If they join hands, as they have indicated, sir, this could be a major breakthrough. But just explain to our viewers how much it could change the game and how could it be, really taking place. What could be the challenges?
Thank you for having me over. In fact, the larger story here, ma'am, is not one defense pact or one engine. It is India building a network of trusted technology partnership while trying to achieve strategic autonomy, and you covered that very beautifully. GE404 was not a strategic autonomy for us. They twisted our arms, and today we have 14 to 18 aeroplanes waiting for an engine. So strategic autonomy and the trusted technology partnership, these are two major hinge points, if you ask me. So India and Japan now have deepened defense, particularly in the maritime domain. I'm leaving that maritime domain aside, and we are now discussing only the Air Force aspect. If you look at world over, UK, US, Russia, and Japan, they are the ones, and France. They are the 5 countries which develop indigenous engines, out of which only Japan has the potential to give us technology transfer as well as give us the strategic autonomy. Why I say this? Because out of the 5 countries, only Japan does not produce engines in numbers, which means their go-to-market probably has not been accurate or good. Therefore, they are producing limited. So they are also hungry to sell. So I feel this signatory will take us forward. Now bring the Rolls-Royce into this mix. So Rolls-Royce is a separate and potentially much bigger story, that is developing for India's air power. Rolls-Royce and the Reliance have announced their intent to develop and manufacture a sovereign combat engine. So HAL is out of the question. GTR is out of the question. A private player has come in. So this private player, I'm sure, will take, take bull by the horn and produce the engine well before time, keeping my fingers crossed. So there is also an aerospace gas turbine complex in India covering the design, development, testing, manufacturing, and through life support. And they are all different verticals, let me tell you, requiring a different kind of expertise. So technically, this engine is actually the most difficult part of AMCA program. Not many people know this. Designing a stealth airframe is one challenge, but producing a high thrust turbofan, which will do something called a super cruise with high turbine temperatures and pressures and material and cooling, durability and reliability, is completely a different level altogether. For a 5th generation fighter, this engine is not just simply thrust, but you need thrust to weight ratio, efficient fuel consumption, which will give you longer range, better thermal management, which will give you better life and a reliable performance and better flight envelope, and critically, the ability to integrate the propulsion system of the aircraft's low observable design in the mission system. Let me explain this. Give me 10 seconds. In the frontal visibility of a fighter aeroplane has to be kept as less as possible. That means, ideally, I should have very little frontal portion of the engine already, embedded into the airframe of the AMCA. So it's going to be a design challenge. if the frontal portion of the engine is too big, because that is going to be the radar reflecting portion. So the distinction is going to be very, very important. So my assessment is simple. AMCA's airframe will make headlines, but its engine will determine whether India achieves true strategic autonomy in combat aviation. That is very, very important. The fighter is the visible product. Fighter dikhta hai sabko. Engine is the real technological test. So therefore, we need to wait and watch, and I hope, fingers crossed, it comes out in our favor, including technology transfer, metallurgy, etc. Let's hope AMCA does not suffer what Tejas is suffering.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was very, very important, sir, not just to, of course, create or build or design, but also that it is built in India. It is even the support is available in India. Entire technology transfer also takes place. Thank you so much, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, for joining us on Republic Defense. Now we were shifting our focus to another important development this week. India and Japan have significantly tightened their strategic embrace by signing a landmark defense pact. It's a maritime security cooperation agreement in New Delhi. Now, Japan's Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi visited New Delhi 19th of August to 20th of August. And during this visit, New Delhi and Tokyo this key pact aiming to counter the rising regional challenges and secure vital oceanic trade routes. With this agreement shifts the bilateral relationship into higher gear by creating a seamless network for logistics, for real-time intelligence sharing, and more importantly, the countering of China in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, let's tell you what all we have what all details we have as far as the agreement between India and Japan is concerned. Now, this is what is running on your screens, the Memorandum on Maritime Security Cooperation, Defense Equipment and Technology Transfer Project, mutual access to naval infrastructure, coordination on security intelligence, expanding naval development under Make in India, unified complex radio antenna development. And viewers, the strengthening of India-Japan ties, of course, goes back to early 2000s. Why it's important, we are going to tell you that. This is a relationship that has been a steady one that's built on many, many pillars. Be it joint shipbuilding, ship repair and MCM, information sharing, military exercises, logistics and cooperation, members of Quad. They are, of course, members of Quad as well. Now, viewers, why is this important? Let's show you the map, viewers, and show you why we talk about a free and open Indo-Pacific and why the two countries have been focusing on that. Now, even Japan is facing a rising threat from China. And to counter by Beijing in South and East China Sea, it's important that the two nations come together. Strong Indo-Pacific defense messaging is at the center of this agreement. Blockading China's string of pearls, we've time and again explained to you on this show on Republic Defense how China has been trying to create this surrounding basis. And of course, its misadventures in the South China Sea is no secret. Protecting critical sea lines of communication is also important. Let's straight away go across to our guest who's joined live on the broadcast. We have, in fact, okay, we have Captain D.K. Sharma joining us, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy. Thank you so much for joining us. So we've seen the bonhomie between the Indian Prime Minister and his Japanese counterpart, and now the defense ministers also meeting together. We've seen India mentioning Indo-Pacific time and again in, with its eastern partners also. How do you see the importance of Japan now as far as securing the seas are concerned and countering the dragon is also concerned?
Well, good afternoon to you, Rakshita. As very correctly brought out by you, that this partnership or this, Indo-Japan ties are now going next level, like from bilaterals to now they are defense strategic level. And as you have brought out, it is the memorandum of agreement which has been signed recently, which is an extension of the acquisition and cross-servicing agreement, which means that beyond that, we are now going on for maritime security cooperation, which includes maritime domain awareness, operational ties, search and rescue arrangements, and should there be a need, humanitarian aid and disaster relief. And also when we are talking about Indo-Japan ties, we are doing exercises and beyond Quad. You see, that's a quadrilateral between Indo, US, Australia, and Japan. But now we have our GIMEX. Army does an exercise that is called Dharma Guardian. Air Force does an exercise, Veer Guardian. So we are now taking steps further to make sure that the threat from the dragon, which we are talking about, is, you know that everybody of us knows that the number one economy is China, and they are now using coercive means in South China Sea and trying to come out of that also. But if we have a tie-up, if India and Japan has a tie-up, then that means that all the traffic which is going, the commercial traffic, which is coming in from North Pacific towards South China Sea and then moving into Indian Ocean. And if two of us powers can join hands and do the intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and keep an eye on the assets which are moving over here, that gives us a huge advantage and leverage. And you see, if you do the beam counting, yes, they have the maximum number of hulls, but do they have the capacity? They don't. That is much, we are much more superior. Indian Navy is much more superior. So is the Japanese Navy. And if we join hands, then that is what is the threat to China. So that is where China also gets worried, that all these countries, like for example, the basic purpose of Quad is this only, that somebody has to rein in the dragon and the way they are expanding their footprint. So if we are not, as a Navy, Indian Navy, yes, by numbers, it is, way beyond a Chinese Navy. But if we secure the regions as per the geography, then we can become a serious issue to anyone in the world. So that is where this maritime security cooperation and the reciprocal logistic support agreements, all these things are very, very strategic steps to counter somebody who is threatening the freedom of, free and open Indo-Pacific. Like you can't put restrictions on trade. You can't put restrictions on commerce. You can't tell any country and every country that you will not use these waters, whereas they rightfully belong to them. The Southeastern Asian nations, they are facing this problem that in South China Sea, China does not allow them to, do explorations in their EEZ. They're not allowed to go and do fishing. So all these claims of China need to be checked at some stage or the other, and this is the right step in that direction.
All right, thank you so much, Captain Sharma, for joining us on Republic Defense. Appreciate you joining us with your assessment of the situation. Viewers, now shifting our focus to India and Armenia's defense cooperation. Now, on the 7th of August, both the countries signed a landmark defense memorandum of understanding, which transitions this relationship from a traditional arms buyer model into a collaborative strategic partnership now. From buyer and export exchange, the relationship is now focused on joint research, development, innovation, and shared production of defense technology, viewers. So we've seen that India is the top defense supplier for Armenia, and now and for the Armenians, now the agreement is very important to modernize its military with advanced Indian hardware, such as the Akash missile systems and also upgraded Sukhoi 30 MKI fighters, allowing it to diversify away from unreliable Russian security guarantees for it. And in fact, it counters the hostile regional alliance of Azerbaijan, Turkey and Pakistan. And for India also, this alliance is a very, very important one in Central Asia. Geopolitical milestone that anchors its presence in Eurasia, serves as a cornerstone for its ambitions, global defense, export targets, and allows it to counter the Pakistani-Turkey influence by supplying a direct strategic counterweight to Azerbaijan. So Defense Secretary was in Armenia, and it's a very important, there were talks of Pralay missile being also supplied. That's going on. Viewers, now we will be shifting our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you. But before that, before we go to more stories, we've seen that viral video where a woman claiming to be a Gen Z in Ladakh is seen abusing the armed forces, insulting the armed forces, saying that she's Gen Z, as if she has the license to abuse and insult those who devote their entire life to the service of the nation. Now, we'll not delve much into it. We will just take a glimpse of what she said, and then we will tell you what we are trying to send out a message.
We are not tolerate this nonsense. We are not tolerate this nonsense. हम किसी को नहीं छोड़ेंगे. हमारे टैक्स से सबको सैलरी जाती है, हम इसलिए टैक्स भरते हैं. ये लोग हमसे ऊपर हो गए अब. जाएंगे तो सारे जाएंगे, वरना कोई नहीं जाएगा.
We'll now show you, viewers, as we pay tribute to those who were young, some of them today even, who were what they call Gen Z. They were young lives who were lost in service of the nation. These are the individuals, these are our heroes, the young heroes, the young blood who paid with their lives. And we talk about Vijay and Thakbar, what happened in Kargil. Out of those who died, most of them who laid down their lives were young. Subedar Major Yogendra Singh is a living hero. He was in his early 20s. Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan laid down his life. And they were all young lives. 22-year-old Captain Vijay Thapar, I told you about, he was deployed during the 1999 Kargil war to recapture high-altitude peaks from entrenched enemy infiltrators. Minutes before walking into the gunfire, Captain Thapar had written a poignant final letter to his family, where he famously said that by the time you get this letter, I'll be observing you from the sky. Even if I become a human again, I'll join the army and fight for the nation. This was the spirit of the youngster. In August 2011, viewers, 24-year-old Lieutenant Navdeep Singh of the Army Ordnance Corps, serving with 15 Maratha Light Infantry, led an ambush against a group of heavily armed terrorists infiltrating across the line of control in the Horez sector of Jammu and Kashmir. Navdeep allowed the terrorists to advance within close range before opening fire, eliminating 3 terrorists himself. When he saw an insurgent aiming at his team, he put himself directly in line of fire, taking a bullet to the head. Despite that fatal injury, he killed a 4th terrorist before he laid down his life. He pulled his comrade to safety before he lost consciousness. Subedar Major Yogendra Singh, honorary captain today. Everybody knows the capture of Tiger Hill, the heroic story. While he was facing bullets, faced several injuries, but he made sure that India reclaims its own territories. We have so many of such examples, viewers, and we are telling this today because we want to remind those who try to play the Gen Z card or any sort of card to insult the armed forces. Those who are at 15,000 feet, 18,000 feet serving the nation, those people who are insulting them today know nothing about it. And we are showing you these visuals that we, the nationalist youth, and everyone who's a nationalist or patriot, they all remember the sacrifice of the young blood. With that, viewers, it's all the time we have today in Armed Republic Defense. We will be sipping a short break, but thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से ठीक एक घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग
स्टॉप ठीक यूजलेस फेलो మైండ్ అబ్బే అవులే చచ్చిపోయారు चिलंजोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिलंजोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिलंजोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए
जना कर रहा था, पैसा भी भेज रहा था, मेरा बात सब कुछ मतलब क्या बोलता है जो समझ रहा था, मेरा बेटा लोगों का भी, उसका पापा का भी कुछ तकलीफ होने से फोन करने से साथ साथ पैसा भेज देता था। तो हम लोग को उसका भरोसे में सब कोई था, कैसे करके मेरा बेटी को कैसे वो काम उसका कंपनी से उसका काम ऑन था, लंच करने जा रहा था।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to rupees 300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Pune, which is scheduled on August 22nd. The BJP shared a video claiming it shows a phone conversation between a social media influencer with a worker of the Congress party, who asks her to attend the event and highlight it on her social media handle. The person on the other side of the phone can be heard telling the social media influencer that she will be paid 25,000 rupees to attend the event in Pune.
If you said and the travel cost, so can you make it everything in 25 and then you can go?
Okay. And how would the payment process be done?
Payment will be after the event, 1 or 2 days after the event, and I will make the payment. I will ask your account details or UPI ID and I will make the payment. And there I will share a contact of a person. He will connect with you and he will guide you. He will provide you the pass and all.
Okay. All right. So will I get an email, official email to attend this? Because
No official email. You direct reach at the venue. I will share the location and there our person will contact with you. I will share that person number to you also.
But what exactly I have to do over there? Just attend or I have to do something?
No. You not just attend. You have to highlight the event, like make 2 or 3 videos. One, the Rahul Gandhi ji will be speaking, to record some part from there and some part from crowd. And you can make some opinion video, like talking to some people, how students especially. There are girl student invited, so you can talk to them how they are feeling about the event, Rahul Gandhi ji and all. And this way you can make another one.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Panama flagship carrying 24 crew members sinks off Odisha's coast. Indian Navy Coast Guard launch search and rescue operation. At least 2 killed and 5 injured after Ganpati idol falls during arrival procession in Mumbai's Bhuleshwar. FSSAI cracks down on leading food brands, retail chains and luxury hotels, and notices issued to Nestle, PepsiCo and Red Bull. Trouble mounts for CJP as FIR filed against Abhijit Dipke and CJP for barging into government school.
आगे जो भी हम निर्णय करें, हम उसमें कंसिस्टेंट रहे, हम बार बार उसमें बदलाव न करें, ताकि कोई भी रिस्क लेना चाहता है तो उसको भरोसा रहे कि भाई ठीक है, मेरी गलती के कारण कुछ गड़बड़ होगा तो ठीक है, लेकिन कोई मेरा हाथ नहीं छोड़ देगा। और ये विश्वास पैदा करने का हमारा प्रयास है।
इंडिया फर्स्ट स्पेस टेक यूनिकॉर्न जुलाई 18 को हम भारत का पहला प्राइवेट रॉकेट सक्सेसफुली सैटेलाइट्स को एजेक्ट करके लॉन्च किया था। एंड दिस इज जस्ट द बिगिनिंग। जनरली वी से दैट जस्ट अ वार्म अप फॉर स्काई रूट। अभी शुरुआत है एंड नेक्स्ट ईयर मिड तक हम एक लॉन्च पर मंथ हम कर रहे हैं। एंड ऑल्सो लाइक थैंक्स टू यू सर फॉर ओपनिंग अप द सेक्टर। 3 फैक्ट्री बन चुका है, 1 रॉकेट पर मंथ का कैपेसिटी है ऑलरेडी। एंड दिस इज जस्ट द बिगिनिंग। अभी फ्यूचर ड्रीम है कि 1 लॉन्च पर वीक करना है और सेवरल लॉन्चेस पर डे।
एक ऐसा इंजन बनाया है जो दुनिया का सबसे आधुनिक इंजनों में से आता है। सर, इसको अभी हमने तैयार किया है, इसकी टेस्टिंग जारी है।
उनका कॉन्फिडेंस है इन्वेस्टर्स का।
स्काई रूट का जो लॉन्च हुआ है फर्स्ट, उसके बाद से बढ़ गया है।
अच्छा वो रूट आपको काम आ रहा है?
वो बहुत काम आ रहा है।
दुनिया भारत के स्टार्टअप को खोजती होगी, भाई कौन है इसमें, क्योंकि एक जब ब्रेक थ्रू होता है तो तुरंत लोगों का ध्यान जाता है।
आई थिंक स्पेस इंडस्ट्री ओपन होने के बाद हमने एक बहुत अच्छी सी ट्रेंड देखी है। हमारे जितने सिटीजन यूएस और यूरोप में, वे वापस आके हमारे साथ काम करना चाह रहे हैं।
बहुत लोगों को हमें जोड़ना है। और जैसा मेहता ने कहा कि अब विदेश से लोग गए हुए वापस आ रहे हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि हमें ऐसा एक ऑरा खड़ा कर देना चाहिए कि इस फील्ड में दुनिया भर के लोगों को एक जिंदगी बनानी है तो हिंदुस्तान जाओ, भारत की कोई स्टार्टअप से जुड़ जाओ, भारत की कोई स्पेस एजेंसी से जुड़ जाओ। मैं पक्का मानता हूं जी, पूरा टैलेंट पूल जो है एक मैग्नेट की तरह आपके कारण हम खींच सकते हैं, और वो हमारी एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत बन सकता है।
हमारा विजन है कि नेक्स्ट 18 मंथ्स में हम ग्लोबल ग्राउंड स्टेशन नेटवर्क लगाना चाहते हैं।
हम जो सैटेलाइट्स का इंजन होता है, जो सैटेलाइट को एक जगह से दूसरा जगह ले जाता है स्पेस में, 5 साल या 15 साल तक ले जाता है सैटेलाइट्स को, वो इंजन्स बनाते हैं सर। ग्लोबली बहुत अच्छा ट्रैक्शन मिला है। एंड ये भी आपका एफर्ट भी इसमें बहुत है सर, कि इंडिया का कंपनीज अभी एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट है।
कॉस्ट में हम बहुत कॉम्पिटिटिव है, टैलेंट में तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं उठता है, और रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी हमारे देश के लोगों की वैसे भी ज़्यादा होती है, और उसके कारण हम बहुत तेजी से अपनी जगह बना सकते हैं।
This robotic spacecraft will go to space, physically capture the dead satellite and remove it from the orbit.
We are the first Indian company working on the docking and refueling technologies with the vision of establishing a fuel station in space.
मेरा नाम अंतरिक्ष है, my co-founder Monica is also here. सर, हम इंडिया का फर्स्ट स्पेस फार्मा स्टार्टअप हैं। हम ऐसे सैटेलाइट्स बना रहे हैं जो स्पेस में जाके फार्मास्यूटिकल्स मैन्युफैक्चर कर सके और उसे वापस ले आ सके अंतरिक्ष से। आपका नाम अंतरिक्ष रखा क्या? आपके परिवार के लोग इसमें थे पहले से? जी सर, मेरी नहीं मेरी मम्मी ने रखा था सर।
एक लॉन्च के बाद लास्ट वन मंथ में 8 लॉन्च कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिला, 8 लॉन्चेस के लिए, और मोस्टली इंटरनेशनल है।
अभी तो 10 लाख फार्मर के साथ वी आर प्लानिंग टू लॉन्च दिस इंफॉर्मेशन।
चलिए आपके लिए, ताकि एक याद बनी रहेगी आपकी ओपनिंग जो आपने ओपन किया था प्राइवेट सेक्टर, उससे जो प्राइवेट सैटेलाइट है उससे भारत की ब्यूटी जो दिख रही है।
All right, that was Prime Minister Modi, in fact, interacting with space startup CEOs, talking about the ecosystem that India has built around space achievements. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, talked about pushing for space tech for easier and better lives, while also urging that when world thinks space, it must look towards India. He also talked about the wider use of space tech for public good, while saying that India's space sector can become a global magnet for attracting talent, for attracting investments from across the globe. So that was Prime Minister Modi interacting with several space startup CEOs, talking about India's journey in space sector, as India is now pushing for private sector to take the lead in the space sector as well. Prime Minister talked about how space sector has now created several opportunities for India's young. Now the startups, in fact, are achieving their dreams, which are being led by young leaders. He also talked about how private sector is now showcasing how to have a successful collaborative model in the space sector with the government agencies. And it was a major push by Prime Minister, as India is now eyeing global leadership in private space sector as well. So those are the visuals that are coming in of Prime Minister Modi interacting with young leaders, young private leaders coming in from space sectors who are leading different startups across India. And Prime Minister Modi talking about how space tech can be used to transform the lives of Indians. All right, so those are the visuals that we're getting in of Prime Minister Modi, as India today marks Space Day, celebrates its dream about its achievements so far in the space sector. We are looking at these visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi interacting with young leaders who are now achieving different milestones in the space sector. These are leaders coming in from the private sector who are leading different startups across space.
I think our space policy is one of the best space policies in the world.
I think it's excellent just how much of a backing we have from Prime Minister Modi for the space sectors.
Now we are completely capable of competing globally, because policy is not the problem. Now it is up to the startups or the other companies to build out missions.
He is able to go through it. Technology तो ठीक है, आम आदमी के लिए कैसे बना सकते हैं?
अपने एक नए क्षेत्र में साहस दिखाया है। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आपने सरकार की बात पे भरोसा किया। मेरा एक मत रहा कि जो भी हम निर्णय करें, हम उसमें कंसिस्टेंट रहे, हम बार बार उसमें बदलाव न करें, ताकि कोई भी रिस्क लेना चाहता है तो उसको भरोसा रहे कि भाई ठीक है, मेरी गलती के कारण कुछ गड़बड़ होगा तो ठीक है, लेकिन कोई मेरा हाथ नहीं छोड़ देगा। और ये विश्वास पैदा करने का हमारा प्रयास है।
We're India's first space tech unicorn. With July 18th को हम भारत का पहला प्राइवेट रॉकेट सक्सेसफुली सैटेलाइट्स को एजेक्ट करके लॉन्च किया था। एंड दिस इज जस्ट द बिगिनिंग। जनरली वी से दैट जस्ट अ वार्म अप फॉर स्काई रूट। अभी शुरुआत है। एंड नेक्स्ट ईयर मिड तक हम एक लॉन्च पर मंथ हम कर रहे हैं। एंड ऑल्सो लाइक थैंक्स टू यू सर फॉर ओपनिंग अप द सेक्टर। 3 फैक्ट्री बन चुका है। 1 रॉकेट पर मंथ का कैपेसिटी है ऑलरेडी। एंड दिस इज जस्ट द बिगिनिंग। अभी फ्यूचर ड्रीम है कि 1 लॉन्च पर वीक करना है और सेवरल लॉन्चेस पर डे।
एक ऐसा इंजन बनाया जो दुनिया का सबसे आधुनिक इंजनों में से आता है। सर इसको अभी हमने तैयार किया है, इसकी टेस्टिंग जारी है।
उनका कॉन्फिडेंस है इन्वेस्टर्स का।
स्काई रूट का जो लॉन्च हुआ है फर्स्ट, उसके बाद से बढ़ गया है।
अच्छा वो रूट आपको काम आ रहा है?
वो बहुत काम आ रहा है।
दुनिया अब भारत के स्टार्टअप को खोजती होगी, भाई कौन है इसमें, क्योंकि एक जब ब्रेक थ्रू होता है तो तुरंत लोगों का ध्यान जाता है।
आई थिंक स्पेस इंडस्ट्री ओपन होने के बाद हमने एक बहुत अच्छी सी ट्रेंड देखी है। हमारे जितने सिटीजन्स यूएस और यूरोप में हैं, वे वापस आके हमारे साथ काम करना चाह रहे हैं।
बहुत लोगों को हमें जोड़ना है और जैसा मेहता ने कहा कि भी अब विदेश से लोग गए हुए वापस आ रहे हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि हमें ऐसा एक ऑरा खड़ा कर देना चाहिए कि इस फील्ड में दुनिया भर के लोगों को एक जिंदगी बनानी है तो हिंदुस्तान जाओ, भारत की कोई स्टार्टअप से जुड़ जाओ, भारत की कोई स्पेस एजेंसी से जुड़ जाओ। मैं पक्का मानता हूं जी, पूरा टैलेंट पूल जो है एक मैग्नेट की तरह आपके कारण हम खींच सकते हैं और वो हमारी एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत बन सकता है।
हमारा विजन है कि नेक्स्ट 18 मंथ्स में हम ग्लोबल ग्राउंड स्टेशन नेटवर्क लगाना चाहते हैं।
हम जो सैटेलाइट्स का इंजन होता है, जो सैटेलाइट को एक जगह से दूसरा जगह ले जाता है स्पेस में, 5 साल या 15 साल तक ले जाता है सैटेलाइट्स को, वो इंजन्स बनाते हैं सर। ग्लोबली बहुत अच्छा ट्रैक्शन मिला है एंड ये भी आपका एफर्ट भी इसमें बहुत है सर कि इंडिया का कंपनीज अभी एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट है।
कॉस्ट में हम बहुत कॉम्पिटिटिव है, टैलेंट में तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं उठता है और रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी हमारे देश के लोगों की वैसे भी ज़्यादा होती है और उसके कारण हम बहुत तेजी से अपनी जगह बना सकते हैं।
This robotic spacecraft will go to space, physically capture the dead satellite and remove it from the orbit.
We are the first Indian company working on that docking and refueling technologies with the vision of establishing a fuel station in space.
मेरा नाम अंतरिक्ष है, माय को-फाउंडर मोनिका इज आल्सो हियर। सर, हम इंडिया का फर्स्ट स्पेस फार्मा स्टार्टअप हैं। हम ऐसे सैटेलाइट्स बना रहे हैं जो स्पेस में जाके फार्मास्यूटिकल्स मैन्युफैक्चर कर सके और उसे वापस ले आ सके अंतरिक्ष से।
आपका नाम अंतरिक्ष रखा क्या? आपके परिवार के लोग इसमें थे पहले से?
जी सर, मेरी मम्मी ने रखा था सर।
एक लॉन्च के बाद लास्ट वन मंथ में 8 लॉन्च कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिला, 8 लॉन्चेस के लिए और मोस्ट इंटरनेशनल है।
तो अभी तो 10 लाख फार्मर के साथ वी आर प्लानिंग टू लॉन्च दिस इंफॉर्मेशन।
अगर ये आपके लिए ताकि एक याद बनी रहेगी, आपकी ओपनिंग जो आपने ओपन किया था प्राइवेट सेक्टर, उससे जो प्राइवेट सैटेलाइट है उससे भारत की ब्यूटी जो दिख रही है।
All right, viewers, that was Prime Minister Modi interacting with the space startup CEOs there who highlighted the growing interest shown by people from across the world in adopting and leveraging technologies which are developed by India's space industry. In fact, CEOs are present there with Prime Minister Modi appreciated the decision of opening space sector to private participation, created saying that it's now opened multiple avenues for the young in India to showcase their talent in the space sector. Prime Minister Modi, meanwhile, called for wider applications of space technology to improve the lives of people. He also said, while highlighting that India's space sector must become a magnet for global talent, companies and investment. So that's the message coming in from Prime Minister on National Space Day as we celebrate different milestones that India has achieved in the realm of space. Prime Minister Modi says that India's space sector must become a magnet for global talent, companies and investment. In fact, he also says that the private leadership must take the leap, must participate in these achievements that India's space sector is now showcasing to the world. So he's emphasized on a greater collaboration between private and public sector, as well as suggesting greater collaboration with Atal Tinkering Labs as well to nurture curiosity and interest among young minds as well. So pushing for young minds to come join India's space sector and showcase their talent. That's the message coming in from Prime Minister Modi on National Space Day as he interacted with the several CEOs of space startups. So strong message coming in as India is now eyeing for global leadership in private sector in space, and for Prime Minister Modi also emphasizing on a stronger grassroots connect, saying that space tech must be leveraged for the wider good of public, for ensuring that the benefits can also reach the last man. So this is the message coming in from Prime Minister Modi as he interacted with the startup leaders from space sector. All right, in fact, joining us on the broadcast is Dr. S. Venkateshwar Sharma, Space ISRO former director. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for joining us on Republic TV. I want to ask you, we're looking at National Space Day today, celebrating the milestones that India has achieved in the realm of space. At the same time, you have Prime Minister Modi interacting with several leaders from the private sector who are now participating in form of startups. So how do you look at this India's journey in terms of space sector, and also what do you think is on the cards for private players as well? Dr. Sharma, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. If you see, the National Space Day is not merely a celebration of a successful landing on the moon, but I think it is a celebration of India's scientific temperament, technological confidence, and institutional capability. This is a larger perspective which Prime Minister Modi is impressing upon, and that is the fact of it. Chandrayaan demonstrated that India can reach moon with precision and perseverance. The question before us today is how do we convert the capability into national capability that improves the life of every Indian and strengthens India, and also what can be contributed to the entire world. We have touched 145 crore people. If you see the Indian space journey, the phase one, the space for national development, communication, remote sensing, meteorology, agriculture, disaster management, education, navigation, etc., was the first phase of the Indian, journey in the space. And the second phase is the indigenous technological mastery, PSLV, GSLV, cryogenic propulsion, Chandrayaan, Mars orbiter mission, Aditya, navigation, advanced satellites, etc. is the second phase of Indian journey. Now we are in the third phase of the space ecosystem creation, where it is not just the ISRO, but industries in large, institutions in large, and also the startups in large will be participating. The entire ecosystem will open up the entire industry of the space sector into not just India and to the entire world. And the message to the entire world is that we are there and we will definitely be there. It is not that we are going to compete with anybody or anything like that. We can mark, situations in our own way as we did earlier also. If you see 2008, Chandrayaan 1, we found the water which nobody else had found even before that, 3 decades before NASA had landed. But we were the first people to go to Mars in 2014, the first attempt. And now we were the first in the world to land on South Pole on 23rd of August. And that is the type of, capability and capacity this country has, which will be, demonstrated to the entire world.
Right. I agree with you. From Chandrayaan to Mangal mission, there's a lot that India has achieved in the space sector. But I want to ask you, Prime Minister Modi today said that India's space sector must become a magnet for global talent and investment, especially in regard to private partnership. So, your quick takeaway from this message of Prime Minister, and also what are we looking forward as far as India's space journey is concerned?
From my 38 years of solid experience in ISRO, let me make the statement that really we are in a position to claim a solid position in the world is something which we should appreciate. Today, the US has contacted ISRO in particular, the country in large, for participation of the Indian space program for creation of a colony in the moon. Please believe me that this is happening, and India is going to be a major player, and that's how we are going to demonstrate. And also, Artemis is something, a moon mission by NASA is going to have again the landing of the astronauts on the moon. ISRO in particular, India in large is going to participate. The second biggest, demonstration that the country has capability. And third is also that NASA has come out with participation in ISRO's Chandrayaan 5, mission where to get the sample back. Therefore, we are marching towards, the world competence and, participation. And also, if you see the Bharat, Antariksh Station is likely to be in 2035 and 2040. Advanced lunar exploration, landing, science sample return, etc. is next, big thing. Planetary exploration, including Venus and Mars, and reusable launch vehicle, space transportation, and the situational awareness. Look, ISRO is going to contribute in a bigger way for research and development. Industry is going to contribute towards making the numbers. We need large numbers of rockets and satellites in the world. We need it. And the ecosystem which has been created for the startups and the institutions, etc., are going to speed up the development, getting into cutting-edge technology, and also bringing in what is called as the disruption in technology is going to be there in this country, which we are going to demonstrate for this entire world.
Right, so in fact, we say sky's the limit, but for India's achievements, even space is not the limit. On that note, thanks so much, sir, for joining us. And now we are shifting focus to another breaking news that we're covering at this moment. The Indian Navy has now joined the massive search and rescue operation for MV Ocean Winner. A P-8I aircraft has now been deployed for search and rescue operation in the Bay of Bengal. The aircraft tracked dispersed life rafts as well at sea and guided a merchant ship to the life rafts. Now, the Navy and the Coast Guard have also been roped in this massive search and rescue operation, which is still continuing. So far, viewers, the latest update that we have is that 2 of the 24 crew members have been rescued, while the 22 remaining are still missing. The Panama-flagged bulk carrier, which had about 24 crew members on board, sank in the Bay of Bengal around 240 nautical miles from Odisha's Paradip coast. So this is the latest that we're fetching viewers on this massive search and rescue operation, which is still continuing. Indian Navy, Coast Guard have now been roped into this operation, and currently 2 people have been rescued so far. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar to embark on a 2-day visit to Russia to co-chair the 27th session of India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो गया हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से ठीक एक घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग
स्टॉप ठीक यूनिवर्स पेलो మైండ్ ఉందా అబ్బే అవులే చచ్చిపోయారు ఇలా చూడు కైకు పోయి इतना भाग के आते मर गए चिल्ला जोड़ो कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए पिला जोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए।
जना कर रहा था, पैसा भी भेज रहा था, मेरा बात सब कुछ पूछ मैं मतलब क्या बोलता है जो
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
खाने इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Pune, which is scheduled on August 22nd. The BJP shared a video claiming it shows a phone conversation between a social media influencer with a worker of the Congress party, who asks her to attend the event and highlight it on her social media handle. The person on the other side of the phone can be heard telling the social media influencer that she will be paid 25,000 rupees to attend the event in Pune.
If you said and the travel cost, so can you make it everything in 25 and then you can go?
Okay, and how would the payment process be done?
Payment will be after the event, 1 or 2 days after the event, and I will make the payment. I will ask your account details or UPI ID, and I will make the payment. Okay. And there I will share a contact of a person. He will connect with you and he will guide you. He will provide you the pass and all.
Okay, all right. So will I get an email, official email to attend this? Because
no official email. You direct reach at the venue. I will share the location and there our person will contact with you. Okay. I will share that person number to you also.
But what exactly I have to do over there? Just attend or I have to do something?
No. You not just attend. You have to highlight the event, like make 2 or 3 videos. One, the Rahul Gandhi ji will be speaking, to record some part from there and some part from crowd, and you can make some opinion video like talking to some people ki how students especially there are girl student invited, so you can talk to them ki how they are feeling about the event Rahul Gandhi ji and all, and this way you can make another one video.
Okay. Right. So this would be in collaboration, or I just have to make it
You
myself?
have to put from your account only.
Okay, so after that, I mean, when is the deadline to
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, an unusual development went below the media radar. Amid the Op Sindoor frost, Pakistan brought out an interesting sliver of freedom history by deciding to confer its third highest civilian honor on 2 Indian doctors who were instrumental in keeping Pakistan's founder, Muhammad Ali Jinnah's illness under wraps. Shrouding of that one piece of information has had a devastating consequence on India's political history, indeed destiny, and is worth recollecting. Second, the Vande Mataram debate is back to 1937, with the Congress party shooting itself in the foot. How long before we reach a closure on this front? Let's get going. This week, Pakistan bestowed one of its highest civilian honors, the Nishan-e-Qaid-e-Azam, to 2 Mumbai doctors posthumously. Dr. Jal Ratanji Patel and Dr. Jal Daibu, one physician and another radiologist. Both Parsis were Muhammad Ali Jinnah's doctors and had diagnosed his lung ailment in 1946. That took his life in 1948, a year after independence and partition. The duo have been rewarded by Pakistan for keeping Jinnah's failing health a secret from the world. When they examined Jinnah's chest X-ray, the tuberculosis had spread and they gave Jinnah a year or two to live, which means had it been known in 1946 that Jinnah won't live that long, the transfer of power from the British could have been delayed. There's always been that debate whether India would have charted a different course of history had Jinnah's dying state was known to partition leadership and the British. Perhaps Pakistan would not have been born. That's the reason why the two late Parsi Babas have been acknowledged by Pakistan for keeping the lie intact. The announcement was made by Pakistan's Planning Minister Ehsan Iqbal as the head of the awards committee ahead of their Independence Day. In his own words, many historians regard this as one of the most consequential secrets of 20th century. Let's look at how the secret was kept. It seems Dr. Patel was also a personal friend of Jinnah and gave a word that he would not reveal his condition to anyone. The doctors did not create duplicate paper trails or register the files under Jinnah's real name in hospital ledger books, or speak of the diagnosis to colleagues. Immediately after receiving his fatal prognosis, Jinnah took the physical X-ray film and clinical notes to his private residence and locked them up in his personal safe in an unmarked envelope. No medical files were left at the clinic or hospital, thus ruling out any public scrutiny. Now that's where the carefully crafted project to hide Jinnah's health secret begins. It was a standard medical protocol in those days for advanced tuberculosis patients to get admitted into a specialized mountain sanatorium. Jinnah completely refused this. He knew checking into a sanatorium would be an immediate red flag to the British intelligence. Instead, he chose to suffer in public, treating his symptoms privately. The problem, in fact, had begun 2 decades earlier. In 1927, Jinnah was a member of the Central Assembly. According to biographer Stanley Wolpert, who wrote the book Jinnah of Pakistan, the Delhi winters did not suit him, and he often suffered from severe attacks of cold and flu. This may have marked the beginning of the complex and compounded malignant lung disease that would take his life 21 years later. League leader Hassan Ispahani told Wolpert that Jinnah was continuously coughing, but due to his smoking habit, as much as 50 cigarettes a day sometimes, everybody thought this was a smoker's cough. In 1937, after the Lucknow session, Jinnah reached Bombay and had to take a month's break due to exhaustion. The disease was building up. Nothing would have been more damaging to his plans for the League than to permit rumors of his fragile health to surface in public. Personal well-being was indispensable to political power. The least of suspicion that Jinnah had spots on his lungs that would never disappear would have shattered his charisma. He devised a strategy. He would withdraw long enough behind private palatial barricades to recover from high-visibility, frenzied political activity. Only his sister, Fatima Jinnah, would stay with him as a nursemaid, and no one else. For this privacy, Jinnah even remodeled his palatial Malabar Hill bungalow spread over 15,000 square yards. In a sign that he sensed his perilous mortality, Jinnah signed what would be his last will in 1939, bequeathing most of his wealth to his sister and some sustenance allowance for estranged daughter Dina. Jinnah's mental preoccupation with his illness reflected in his correspondence too. A problem became disease. Solutions were diagnosis and treating symptoms. For example, in an article he wrote for London's Time and Tide in 1940, he said, "The constitutional maladies from which India at present suffers may best be described as symptoms of a disease inherent in the body politic," unquote. One episode Fatima recalled from this period in her book, My Brother. In January 1940, they were returning from Lahore to Delhi by train. Jinnah was running fever. After dinner, he developed a pain in his upper back and asked Fatima to help relieve it with a massage, which was of not much help. On reaching Delhi the next morning, a doctor was summoned who diagnosed the pain as pleurisy. Jinnah let the doctor go and preferred to have full medical checks only on reaching Mumbai with trusted medical friends. Walpert writes that Jinnah was acutely aware of his TB consuming his lungs and that he had little time. It is no coincidence, perhaps, that the lung disease diagnosis by Dr. Patel and Dr. Dabu happened in June of 1946, the same month that the cabinet mission plan came up with partition idea. In his first meeting with Jinnah, Viceroy Mountbatten was counseled to carry out a surgical operation with his feet. He found Jinnah imperious, impetuous, psychopathic, and the most in hurry. It was perhaps this acute awareness of his failing health that Jinnah chose to be the first Governor General of Pakistan and not Prime Minister, because that would be less taxing and make him enjoy power without getting saddled with the daily struggles of running a government. Mountbatten later recorded that had he known of this situation with Jinnah's health, he might have delayed the transfer of power by a year. But who was feeding the crown? What was the intelligence machinery doing? Why did the British intelligence fail so miserably? They for sure were tracking each and every leader of India's freedom struggle. How come the Intelligence Bureau and MI5 in British India completely missed Jinnah's terminal illness? The British agents would have routinely intercepted Jinnah's mail, tapped his phones, and monitored his political travels. Did they overlook his private medical visits? Jinnah was a London-trained barrister who understood exactly how surveillance and evidence gathering worked. He managed his health like a state secret. He systematically gaslit both his political rivals and the British regarding his physical frailty. Whenever Jinnah suffered a severe coughing fit, had to take a sudden leave or absence, or looked visibly emaciated, his public relations team and sister Fatima attributed it entirely to sheer exhaustion, pleurisy, or a nervous breakdown from overwork. Because Jinnah routinely pulled 18-hour work days, managing the intense, high-stakes negotiations of the Muslim League, British officials found the exhaustion narrative completely believable. They assumed his physical deterioration was a temporary byproduct of his stress rather than an organic terminal disease. Now, how did the Congress react? The revelations on Jinnah's health came much after Mahatma Gandhi's assassination. But the ever-intuitive Mahatma perhaps saw it coming when he advised Nehru to let Jinnah be the first Prime Minister of independent India. Gandhi thought if that was the price to pay to keep India united, it was worth paying. Nehru, of course, would not let that big historical crown be given to anyone else, least of all Jinnah. Though later accounts show Nehru did lament that massive intelligence gap, Nehru's comments are available to the effect that if he had known Jinnah was terminally ill and running out of time, he would have perhaps opted for a different political strategy and listened to the Mahatma. The Pakistan movement, the entire momentum for the separate state for Muslims, hinged on one man. By simply waiting a year or two, the dynamics would have changed. But this, of course, is all hindsight. In the end, a millennia-old civilization was left asunder as the freedom leadership and the British were outpaced by a ticking clock they did not know of. There are accounts from Pakistan, like from the book by Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Elahi Baksh, who treated Jinnah in his last days in Ziyarat and Karachi, of how Jinnah regretted making Pakistan and had that itch or yearning to get back to Mumbai. The relationship between Jinnah and Liaquat Ali Khan had completely broken. Walpert records how when Khan came to inquire about Jinnah's health at Ziyarat, the Pakistan founder told his sister that he had come just to check how long the leader would live and that Liaquat wanted him dead. The incidents of the last day of Jinnah have been encapsulated by Elahi Baksh, the Pak Army doctor who was treating him in his last few months. On September 11, 1948, as Jinnah's health deteriorated, he was brought to Karachi. Dr. Baksh records that the Dakota aircraft at Quetta that was meant to fly them to Karachi had little oxygen in its cylinders. Baksh, in fact, had to make efforts to procure a filled oxygen cylinder before flying out. At Karachi, neither Liaquat nor anyone from his cabinet or a government official of any ranking came to receive the head of a state. A sole ambulance was sent to bring them from the airport, and that too broke down midway. Once Jinnah reached the Governor General's residence, there was no doctor to attend. Baksh had to run from pillar to post to arrange one and one nurse. He also records how he and Fatima lifted a heavy bed to adjust the height so that Jinnah could lay appropriately. The narration speaks of the complete breakdown between Jinnah and his proteges. The Liaquat government, in fact, banned Colonel Baksh's book, and the Ayub government commissioned a sanitized state biography of Jinnah by journalist Hector Bolito. This official story of the life of Jinnah was found so doctored by Fatima, Jinnah's sister, that she wrote a counter, My Brother, which too was banned by the government of Ayub Khan. Such are the ways of Pakistan. In bestowing its highest civilian honors on the two Parsi doctors posthumously, Pakistan is only acknowledging the lie, the hustle, the camouflage, the dishonesty, and egotism of its founding father, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and nothing else. Insofar as India is concerned, we gave the same Dr. Jal Patel our second highest civilian honor, Padma Vibhushan, back in 1962. Was the Congress party under Nehru being gullible? For it was known by then what role Patel had played in the partition of the country. Perhaps. Or maybe the Parsi doctor was rewarded for the same reason in life by India for which he is being rewarded in death by Pakistan. His act of secrecy helped the ambition of one man, of Jinnah on the side of Pakistan and of Nehru on the side of India. But for that secret, Pandit Nehru might not have become the first Prime Minister of our country. Moving on.
कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में भी हमने डिस्कस कर दिया. हमारा स्टैंड वेरी क्लियर है. 1937 का रेजोल्यूशन महात्मा गांधी जी, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी, देवेंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी, this type of Sardar Patel ji, this type of topmost leadership of that point of time decided that whatever the decision they took, we will obey that decisions.
This was Congress announcing that it would not sing full Vande Mataram, as is the new law on the national song, putting it at the same pedestal as the national anthem when it comes to showing respect at official functions and events. The Congress leadership made a scene of itself on Independence Day by refusing to sing all stanzas and followed it up with this resolution, which harks back to 1937 Calcutta session of the Grand Old Party, where a similar resolution was passed. What's the history with this 1937 date that Congress is talking about? What's the context? In the last segment, we saw how a gullible Congress party awarded nation's third highest civilian honor to Dr. Jal Patel. The same doctor who kept Jinnah's lung illness a secret in the name of Hippocratic oath, thus inadvertently becoming party to the partition machinations of the wily founder of Pakistan. For one, the Congress of today is not the same as that of 1937. The Congress of our freedom struggle was an omnibus of freedom fighters, which included both Shama Prasad Mukherjee and Keshav Baliram Hedgewar at different points in time. It also included communists like M.N. Roy and Islamo-separatists like Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Second, the 1937 resolution was an attempt by that Congress to find a middle ground faced with Jinnah's intransigence. Under pressure from an increasingly belligerent Muslim League, Nehru, Bose and Gandhi deliberated on how to prevent Vande Mataram from becoming a bone of contention. The freedom leaders were anxious that it should not divert from the building momentum towards full independence as the world stood at the cusp of World War II. Nehru wrote to Bose and confabulated with Rabindranath Tagore. The latter of October 20, 1937 is instructive of both Nehru's thinking and his connect, or lack of it, with India, of which he lay claim to leadership. He had to procure an English translation of Bankim Chand Chatterjee's Anandamath to get the full import of the debate. And he found the Sanskritized Bengali of the song complex and difficult to follow without a dictionary. But that's besides the point. After due deliberations, the Freedom Congress came to the conclusion that the first two stanzas of Vande Mataram skirted the controversy, that they only alluded to a motherland that was all bestowing of its benevolence without discrimination. Bose, Patel and Rajaji, hard-nosed as they were, thought this would not pacify the opponents. That's exactly what happened. Within months, the Muslim League of Jinnah came back with a rebuttal. In its Calcutta session in April of 1938, the League denounced Congress for even adopting those first two paras, terming it Congress anthem. The League of Jinnah called the CWC resolution a callous disregard of the feelings of Muslims of India. The League resolution said that the song was not merely anti-Islamic and idolatrous in its inspiration and ideas, but also subversive of the growth of genuine nationalism in India. Cut to the Constituent Assembly debates of 1946 to 1950, and the Vande Mataram debate came back with equal vehemence. One would have thought those elements who objected to the freedom song had carved their separate destiny and gone their separate way with Pakistan. But no. Those who were left had exact same opposition to Vande Mataram, and it did not matter that it was 6 stanzas or 2. In fact, it's recorded history that Muslim members of the Constituent Assembly joined the freedom session on the midnight of August 14-15 in the Central Hall of Parliament only after the Vande Mataram rendition by Sucheta Kripalani was over. Guess what? Not 6 or 4 or 2. Only 1. The first stanza was sung, but even that was boycotted. During the Constituent Assembly sitting of August 26, this planned boycott was brought to notice by member H.V. Kamath. For those who say that the singing of entire Vande Mataram, as has been made mandatory by the Modi government, makes the opponents double down, remember this piece of history. They doubled down against one stanza as well. What Kamath said in exasperation in 1947 rings true today as well. It is not about the song's structure. It is about the soul and the sentiment. Do you share that sentiment or not? Because if you don't, then today's dissent is not different than Jinnah's. In the light of this, let's look at some of the voices that oppose in today's situation.
मेरा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है कि यहाँ पे काफ़ी रिलीजन के लोग रहते हैं, मजहब के लोग रहते हैं जो एक गॉड में विश्वास करते हैं, सिंगल गॉड, नॉट मैनी गॉड्स। और वंदे मातरम के जो स्टैंजा है वो वंदना करते हैं मैनी गॉड्स। आप पढ़ेंगे उसको तो आपको पता चलेगा, उसमें ऑल द गॉड्स आर मेंशन्ड बाय नेम। तो वो जो एक रिलीजन में विश्वास करते हैं उनके लिए मुश्किल है कहना।
देश से माफी नहीं मांगनी, कौन मना कर रहा है? खाओ वंदे मातरम। अब इन्हें नया नया प्रेम जागा है वंदे मातरम से। हमारे यहाँ तो 1904 से गाया जा रहा है, और जो गुरु रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर ने अप्रूव किया था वही गाया जा रहा है। तुष्टिकरण क्या है? तो ये गा लेते ना, ये जो अंग्रेजों के पिट्ठू बैठे हुए थे वहां पे उस वक्त, इनके महापुरुष जिन्हें बना रहे हैं ये, वो गा लेते।
The arguments are same as those in 1937 or 1947, but the Congress party refuses to learn or is deliberately indulgent for its narrow vote bank considerations. Remember, in 2006, it was the centenary of Vande Mataram firing the imagination of the then Gen Z in 1906 during the partition of Bengal protests. The Congress-led UPA was in power, and under compulsions of politics, the HRD ministry of Arjun Singh issued a circular for singing of Vande Mataram. Protests broke out by the ulema. All hell broke loose. The Deoband seminary issued a fatwa, and the Congress cowered, rolled back the circular and its obligatory part. From 1923, when Maulana Muhammad Ali walked out of Vande Mataram despite being Congress president, to this year's Independence Day, when so ignominiously Sonia Gandhi objected to the rendition even as the national song was on. It's a story of Congress legitimizing separatism in the name of dissent and freedom to choose. The nation has paid dearly each time. The Modi government amendment to the National Emblems Act is a blowback against that endless compromise that Congress has come to represent. Compromise with forces that refuse to evolve from medievalism. Intransigent forces that refuse to meld, that refuse to identify with their millennia-old roots. Forces that believe that they can course the nation every century, forever. It's a national test. Thanks for watching.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो जाए हो गया, हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला। तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक है, एक घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग।
स्टॉप, ठीक। यूजलेस फेलो माइंड ఉందా అబ్బే
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो जाए हो गया, हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला। तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक है, एक तो घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग।
స్టాప్ ఠీక్ యూజ్లెస్ ఫెలో మైండ్ ఉందా అబ్బే హౌలే చచ్చిపోయారు ఇలా చూడు కైకు పోయి ఇतना भाग के आते मर गए। चिल्ला जोड़ो कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए। चिल्ला जोड़ो कई को भी इतना भाग के आते मर गए।
जना कर रहा था, पैसा भी भेज रहा था, मेरा बात सब कुछ पूछ मतलब क्या बोलता है जो समझ रहा था। मेरा बेटा लोगों का भी, उसका पापा का भी कुछ तकलीफ होने से फोन करने से साथ से साथ पैसा भेज देता था। तो हम लोग को उसका भरोसा में सब कोई था। कैसे करके मेरा बेटी को कैसे वो काम, उसका कंपनी से उसका काम ऑन था, लंच करने जा रहा था मेरा बेटी, कैसे करके वो मेन रोड में कौन गाड़ी 100 आके मेरा बेटी को ठोक दिया। वहीं पर मेरा बेटी चले गया, हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला। तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक है, एक तो घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग। इतना छोटा बेटी मेरा कैसे चलेगा ये मेरा कैसे चलेगा ये मेरा बेटी।
चिलंजोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते वाह वाह चिलंजोड़ कई को भी इतना भाग के आते।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Panama flagged ship carrying 24 crew members sinks off Odisha's coast. Indian Navy Coast Guard launched rescue operations. 2 dead, 5 injured after Ganapati idol falls during arrival procession in Mumbai's Bhuleshwar. FSSAI cracks down on leading food brands, retail chains and luxury hotels. Notices issued to Nestle, PepsiCo, Red Bull. And trouble mounts for CJP as FIR filed against Abhijit Deepke and CJP for barging into government school. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar to embark on 2-day visit to Russia to co-chair the 27th session of the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission. Supreme Court sets aside National Green Tribunal order holding Art of Living responsible for damage to Yamuna Plains. Top court says that there is no direct evidence that Art of Living caused damage to Yamuna's fragile ecosystem. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting, and this is from Donald Trump. After trade talks collapsed, US President Donald Trump said that Canada wants the benefits of a state without being one. Now, alleging that Canada has been charging massive tariffs. Now, the talks broke down after Washington imposed 50% duties on $20 billion of Canadian goods, with Canada's PM Mark Carney calling the US offer uneconomic and unfair and announcing retaliatory tariffs, tit-for-tit tariffs. And while US Trade Representative Jameson Greer blamed Ottawa for walking back commitments, now this is what we are getting. Canada wants the benefits of the 51st state. That's what we are getting. All right, Daniel Bodman, Canadian journalist, is joining us for a comment on what's unfolding and especially what's going on exactly. Daniel, this is Donald Trump's way of doing things, and he says my way or the highway. And this time, the Canadian leader is not toeing the line of United States of America and have called for retaliatory strikes in terms of tariffs. Where do you think this will lead to?
Nowhere good. This is part of the greater thing I call the global war of economic illiteracy. So both sides are participating in this and being fully economically illiterate. Neither Canada nor Trump's America make any sense. I mean, if Milton Friedman were to wake up from the dead and then listen to what's going on, he'd have a heart attack and die all over again. So the U.S. position on what they want Canada to do is actually quite reasonable from a Canadian perspective, and the Canadian perspective, what the Americans want the Americans to do is actually quite reasonable from the American perspective. But both sides interpret the other as sort of hostility, because again, people are now economically illiterate and can't think of second or third order effects, and this is where we get to the Canada-U.S. trade. So the sticking points, it seems, because Mark Carney has not released any information on the deal. It's all being played close to the chest. What the Americans want, which I want also as a Canadian is mostly the removal of supply management on dairy. So Canadians pay tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of taxes per year to funnel money to a small amount of farmers in Quebec, and they then to use that to subsidize the dairy products, which end up making them insanely expensive inside Canada. So we pay tons of money to make our produce even more expensive at the expense of normal dairy farmers outside of a small contingent of dairy farmers in Quebec, and this holds the country hostage. And this is a major sticking point in the U.S. trade negotiations because they want their dairy products coming into the Canadian market. And Canadians have sort of been, I guess, brainwashed over the years into thinking that, supply management, by capping the amount that our farmers can produce somehow increases the quality. It's a bit of an insane argument, but again, this is part of the global war of economic illiteracy. You say something that sounds tangibly reasonable or sensible on just the face of it. You never think of the externalities of that, and then we implement that into policy. So there's a bunch of other things like Bill C-11 and C-18 that Canada
Daniel,
has.
could this permanently change the economic relationship? That's the issue. That's the point to be highlighted.
It's already changed. It's already changed since Trump came in.
But what if it becomes permanent and there's no turning back and no point of return, to a point of no return?
I think the point of return is when Trump is gone, and maybe if J.D. Vance continues. But again, a lot of the reasons why this fell apart again is railing against Trump really inflates the liberal polling right now. So using Trump as a boogeyman is very, very good politically in Canada. So again, the incentive of our leadership is now to not get a deal. And the incentive of the American leadership is to saber rattle against how woke Canada is and sort of, own the libs for points in the base. So again, no one's really thinking about the welfare of their own country. Ironically, both countries are, in an inverse way, thinking of the welfare of the other country in a better way.
Is Canada not planning for other alternatives when it comes to solely trading, specifically trading with the United States of America, and you have such kind of tariffs and you have Donald Trump in place and you're expecting then when he will leave that position? That might take time. Elections are around the corner, but nobody is going to win from this. But do you think there will be any winner out of this trade war? Because Donald Trump, he wanted the production and manufacturing to grow in his country. That's why he went on a tariff spree. So he has a purpose. What is the Canadian point of view, the Canadian government and the Canadian citizen point of view? How do you want Canada to grow and be less dependent on countries that can impose heavy tariffs on you?
So I'd love it if that was how Canadians were thinking. But again, it's mostly spiteful and meme-based and chronically online Twitter brain, so to speak. So the winner of this war, probably China, just for the destabilization it causes. Maybe Iran and Russia, enemies of America, who just get the sort of destabilization of the West factor. That might be it. But again, the harsh reality is Canada and America are neighbors. Unless you're planning, if you just look at a map and look at the American market, there's no realistic scenario in which the Americans will never be our largest trading partner, unless you can pick up the, someone in India wants to invent the Gravitron 3000 and move Canada, into Asia, then okay, we can start talking about Japan, Korea, India, China as major outport. But as long as the maybe the tectonic plates will shift, and over the next 6.5 billion years, this will be different. But for the next couple billion years, we're stuck with the American market right at our side. So again, none of this makes sense.
But we shouldn't be waiting for such a long time for tectonic shifts of the plates. But thanks a lot for your perspective. We hope tensions ease between both the countries and there's no economic loss, especially to Canada and also to America also. But thanks a lot, Daniel, for joining us at this moment and for your analysis of what's unfolding. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is the Indian Coast Guard has now deployed 3 of its ships for a search and rescue operation after a Panama-flagged bulk carrier carrying 24 crew members sank in the Bay of Bengal, about 240 nautical miles from the Paradip coast of Odisha. The bulk carrier, MV Ocean Winner, was carrying 20 Chinese, 3 Myanmarese and 1 Bangladeshi on board. Now, the vessel's last port of call was Paradip and next port of call was Singapore. So, our defense forces, especially when we talk about the The Indian Coast Guard has deployed 3 of its ships for the search and rescue operation after a Panama-flagged bulk carrier, which was carrying 24 crew members, sank in the Bay of Bengal, and that to about 240 nautical miles from the Paradip coast of Odisha. Now, the bulk carrier MV Ocean Winner was carrying 20 Chinese, 3 Myanmaris and 1 Bangladeshi on board, and the vessel's last port of call was Paradip, and next port of call was Singapore. So that's the latest information that we are getting in this case, and the search operations are on. Panama flagged ship sinks, and Indian Navy also joins the rescue operation when we talk about this, and also the Indian Coast Guard. The search and rescue operations are on. This is Indian Coast Guard has deployed ships for the search and rescue operations after the Panama flagged vessel sinks, and this is specifically the 2 crew members have been rescued, while 3 ICG ships are also around the location. This is the Indian Coast Guard intensifying its search and rescue operation in the Bay of Bengal, 220 to 240 nautical miles southeast of Paradip coast, after Singapore-bound bulk carrier sank with 24 crew members on board, ladies and gentlemen. All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting. This is from KPK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Chief Minister. This is Sohail Afridi, who has issued a stark warning to Pakistani government. Now, Afridi said that the September 27 march to Islamabad will go ahead if Imran Khan and Bushra Bibi's cases are not heard on merit, and if restrictions on meetings with family, lawyers and party leaders at Adiala jail are not lifted. So this is the Pakistani government versus Imran Khan and versus PTI and the PTI leaders. And this is the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Chief Minister Sohail Afridi, who has issued a stark warning to Pakistani government over the drama that the Pakistani government had done earlier, where, as per the Supreme Court's order, the Supreme Court's directive, Imran Khan was supposed to be in the hospital for diagnosis and for treatment at least for the September period, till 16 September at least. However, they just took him to PIMS and then administered an injection, and for mere lip service was done, formality was done, and he was shifted back to jail. So Imran is back to jail, and this is the warning also, KPK CM's ultimatum to Pak government. Let's listen in to Sohail Afridi.
होश के ना खुले 27 तारीख से पहले 27 तारीख से पहले सोचें, रात को सोचें, सुबह सोचें, बंद कमरों में सोचें, हुजरों में सोचें, मस्जिदों में सोचें, लेकिन एक दफा सोचें, अपने गिरबान में देखें, क्योंकि 27 तारीख को फिर किसी को सोचने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा। इमरान खान
All right, viewers, let's go across to another big breaking news development that we're getting. In a tragic incident in South Delhi's Jasola village, a 15-year-old boy was swept away after falling into a large open drain while trying to retrieve a kite. Now, according to the report, locals attempted to search for him immediately after he fell but could not trace him. The police were informed and an NDRF team was rushed to the spot to launch a rescue operation. However, the boy still remains untraced. So it's a very unfortunate story coming in from Jasola, from Delhi, where it was just a 15-year-old boy in Delhi's Jasola who was swept away after falling into a large open drain while trying to retrieve a kite. So this is a very big menace, another case of civic apathy, criminal negligence, I would like to say, because open drains are a big threat, especially for children, when they are playing and when they fall into it. Now, according to the report, locals did attempt to search for him immediately after he fell but could not trace him. Police was informed, an NDRF team was rushed to the spot to launch a rescue operation. However, the boy still remains untraced. Our correspondent has filed a ground report. Let's go across to that ground report.
मेरी मौजूदगी इस वक्त जसोला गांव की है, जहां पे एक 15 साल का बच्चा पतंग उतारने के लिए उतरता है। लेकिन देखिए कितना जो है ये गहरा एक नाला है, खुला नाला है, यहाँ पे लोग रहते हैं, लेकिन उसके सामने इतना बड़ा नाला यहाँ पे बना हुआ है, कोई ढका हुआ नहीं है, कोई बाउंड्री नहीं की गई है, जिसकी वजह से वो बच्चा जो है कल दोपहर के करीब 11 बजे पहुँचता है, पतंग उतारने के लिए पहुँचता है। इसी दौरान यहाँ पे नाले में बह जाता है। 24 घंटे से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जारी है, अभी तक कोई सुराग नहीं मिल पाया बच्चे का। आप क्या लगते हैं बच्चे?
मामा
लगते हैं। क्या हुआ था?
वो यहाँ से गिरा है। कल से वो टीम भी आई हुई है गोता मार, वो एक भी बार इसमें नाले में घुसे नहीं है, एक भी बार
खोर घुसा ना, कोई SDRF NDRF
कोई भी नहीं आया, कोई भी नहीं आया। कल आए थे विधायक जी भी आए थे कल, ये हमारे अपने अमातुल्ला खान जी आए थे कल यहाँ।
क्या बोला
उन्होंने? कुछ भी नहीं बोला। वो शाम को बस वो ड्यूटी खत्म हुई पुलिस वालों को घर भेज दिया, टीम वालों को बोल दिया यहाँ रुक जाओ, बस इतना करा। आप ये देख रही हो इतने पानी चल रहा है, पानी भी नहीं बंद करवा सकते। कल ना हमको घुसने दे रहे हैं ना खुद घुस रहे हैं। कल तो मैं खुद बोला था, मैं खुद घुस जाऊँगा, मेरे को ऑक्सीजन पाइप दे तो मैं खुद तैरना जानता हूँ, मैं खुद घुस जाऊँगा। मैं होता घर पे तो उसको गिरने भी नहीं देता। अभी कुछ सुनवाई ही नहीं कर रहे, अभी भी टीम वहीं पे लगी पड़ी है। अभी सुबह से 10 बार फ़ोन करा है तब जाके टीम लगी हुई है वहाँ। टीम नहीं आ रही, टीम कह रही ऊपर से परमिशन आएगी तब करेंगे। अब परमिशन तो कल ही मिल गई थी, अब क्या ऊपर से हर बार परमिशन ही थोड़ी आएगी।
मतलब यहाँ एक बच्चा जो है वो डूबा हुआ है, नाले में गिर गया, 24 घंटे से उसका कोई सुराग नहीं मिल पाया है। परिवार का रो रो करके बुरा हाल है। लेकिन देखिए कैसे जो परिवार का आरोप है कि प्रशासन जो है जो कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, जिस तरह से मदद होनी चाहिए उस तरह से प्रशासन जो है वो मदद नहीं कर पा रहा है। बात पूरे इस इलाके की करें तो देखिए आसपास लोग रहते हैं, कई बच्चे यहाँ पे आसपास रहते हैं, लेकिन कैसे खुला जो नाला है वो बह रहा है। ये किसी भी बच्चे के लिए काफ़ी ज़्यादा देखिए डेंजरस हो सकता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कई बच्चे रह रहे हैं और उस तरह से यहाँ पे देखिए नाले को ढका भी नहीं गया। तो जाहिर तौर पर प्रशासन की पूरी तरह से ये लापरवाही है। ये परिवार, ये उनकी बच्चे की माता जी जिनका रो रो करके बुरा हाल है। क्या हुआ था फिर? मतलब क्या बच्चे से बात हुई, उसने क्या कहा?
ना हमारी कोई बात नहीं हुई, हम काम पे थे। जब यहाँ से फ़ोन गया, बच्चों ने फ़ोन करवा तो आए, तब तक तो पता ही नहीं कहाँ चला गया वो। कल 11 बजे से अभी तक कोई उसका पता नहीं है।
प्रशासन आपकी मदद कर रहा है या नहीं?
आए थे काफ़ी आए मदद, कोई नाले में नहीं उतर के कोई किसी ने सही करे मदद नहीं करी, ऐसे ही कहा था आए चले।
यहाँ पे कोई रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो है वो नहीं नजर आ रहा है। परिवार का ये कहना है कि प्रशासन मदद नहीं कर रहा है। माता जी, प्रशासन मदद नहीं कर रहा है, मदद नहीं कर रहा,
कोई मदद नहीं कर रहा है, कोई नहीं ढूंढ रहा मेरा बच्चा।
गरीब आदमी कोई मदद नहीं करता आजकल, कोई नहीं करता। हमारी वजह से हमारे बच्चे की बॉडी मिल जाए हमें जब भी बहुत है।
हमें खाली मुंह देखने को मिल जाए हमारे बच्चा को, और हमें कचना चाहिए। बहुत तड़प रही है आत्मा, कैसे देखने को मिल जाए जब बहन हमारी की शकल देखा। क्या करा, हमारी फूटी किस्मत है, घर ना है कोई घर हुआ।
घटना हुई है
यहाँ, घटना काफी भैया को करे जो कहा दो गो ढूंढे आएगे भैया।
देखिए परिवार का जो रो रो करके बुरा हाल है। जाहिर तौर पर उनका बच्चा था, छोटा बच्चा, 15 साल का बच्चा, बस पतंग उतारने के लिए वो यहाँ पे उतरा था और ऐसे में देखिए खुले नाले में बह जाता है। परिवार का यही कहना है प्रशासन कोई मदद नहीं कर रहा है, जिस तरह से मदद करनी चाहिए उस हिसाब से मदद नहीं हो पा रही है। अगर प्रशासन मदद करता, एक्टिव होता, अलर्ट होता तो शायद बच्चे जो है वो जल्दी मिल जाता, सुरक्षित मिल सकता था। इसके साथ ही अगर इस पूरे इलाके की ही बात करें तो यहाँ पे आसपास कई बच्चे आपको नज़र आ रहे होंगे, कई छोटे बच्चे इधर रहते हैं। मेरे फ्रेम में आपको ये बच्चे नज़र आ रहे होंगे कल दिन। और ये जो सामने नाला जहाँ पे घर है, सामने नाला जो है वो पूरी तरह से खुला हुआ है, जो कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा रिस्की है। और बात अगर करें तो प्रशासन की बहुत बड़ी लापरवाही है कि यहाँ पे जब लोग रह रहे हैं, आसपास छोटे बच्चे रह रहे हैं, तो आखिर इस तरह से इतना बड़ा नाला यहाँ पे क्यों खुले में रखा हुआ है? नाले को बंद नहीं किया गया, नाले में कोई बाउंड्री नहीं लगा गई। लोगों का यही कहना है, जो आस पड़ोस के लोग हैं उनका ये कहना है कि ऐसी घटनाएं पहले भी हो चुकी है। अगर पहले प्रशासन इस पर अलर्ट होता, इस पर एक्शन लेता, यहाँ पे बाउंड्री की जाती तो शायद आज ये घटना नहीं होती।
All right, so this is a case where a tragic incident in South Delhi's Jasola village. A 15-year-old boy was swept away after falling into a large open drain while trying to retrieve a kite. All right, let's go across to Saurabh for all the updates into the story. Another case of civic apathy, negligence. There was no boundary around the drain and it was just merely a 15-year-old child who fell into the drain. What exactly happened and what's happening right now?
Yes, Shivam, you rightly mentioned a 15-year-old young boy has lost his life in the national capital yesterday after falling into the drain of Jasola. And you can see currently the people have blocked the road here, and hundreds of people are present at the spot, and they are protesting against the civic apathy and the inaction of the authorities for the past 24 hours. And here the people are demanding that the authorities should pace up their work, and rescue operation should take a pace. And now they are also alleging that no rescue operation is being conducted at the moment, as the police officials and the NDRF officials are sitting at multiple locations, but they are not trying to find the 15-year-old boy body. And because of that only they have blocked the road. And we also have with us the father of the 15-year-old who is currently present at this location and who is protesting for the inaction of the authorities. And we will also, Shivam, try to speak to the father of the 15-year-old Mithun, who lost his life in the national capital. Sir, कल कितने बजे का इंसिडेंट है और क्या हुआ था?
कल 11 बजे गिरा नाले में.
आप लोग कहाँ पे?
हम काम पे थे सर.
तो बच्चा कहाँ जा रहा था?
बच्चा ना मालूम पेशा फिरने गया, क्या करने गया, कैसे गिर गया नहीं पता. हम थे ही नहीं घर पे. हम होते तो जब थोड़ा गिर जाता.
आप लोगों को कितने बजे पता चला?
हमें पता चला, गिरते ही पता चल गया था. हम आते आते तो जाने कहाँ पहुँच गया बच्चा, नहीं हमें नहीं पता. कल 11 बजे से हम परेशान हैं सर अपने बच्चे के लिए.
पुलिस वाले कितने बजे आए थे? आपने कितने बजे इन्फॉर्म करा था?
पुलिस को हमने आते ही फोन करा था. आ गए थे ये 12 बजे. फिर इनके 1 बजे काका थे इनके, वो आई NDR के आदमी गोताखोर आए. एक भी नहीं घुसे, किसी ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करी.
तो कोई भी उसके अंदर ड्रेन के अंदर नहीं घुसा तब?
ना 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 कोई नहीं घुसा.
तो तब से ये लोग क्या कर रहे थे?
वो क्या कर रहे थे मैं क्या बताऊं.
तो अब क्या बोल रहे हैं पुलिस वाले आपको?
पुलिस वाले क्या बोल रहे हैं? कुछ नहीं बोल रहे हैं. वो दो पब्लिक को 2 लड़के हमारे गाँव बंद कर दिए. हम तो अपने परेशानी में और कोर्ट में पहुंचा दिए. वो
तो क्या डिमांड है आपकी इनसे?
हमारा बच्चा मिल जाए सर. हाँ बच्चा मिल जाए हमारा भाई. यहाँ से तुरंत चले जाएंगे. तुरंत हमारा बच्चा मिल जाए हम तुरंत चले जाएंगे. हमें कोई यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं करना है. बस बच्चा मिल जाए हमारा. कैसे?
You heard the grieving father. He is just demanding that the body of his son should be found by these authorities who are working here and who are conducting a rescue operation. But it's been 24 hours and no action has been taken till now, and the body has not been found by the NDRF team and the police officials who are currently deployed at the spot. That is why they have blocked this main street of Jasola village, and now they are protesting, and they are saying that they will not open this road till there is some action and the body of the 15-year-old boy has been found by the authorities and the NDRF teams who are currently present at the spot. Shivam.
Yeah, also, has there been any word from the administration in this case? Why was the drain open? Because it poses to be a threat for each and everyone who might be traveling from that location, especially when it comes to children, kids especially, when they are playing in that locality. Were there any complaints made by those who are residing in that locality earlier? Was this open drain flagged by them? Any response from any administration or from a politician or somebody, some leader?
Shivam, the people residing here have given multiple complaints to the authorities regarding the state of this whole area, the depleting infrastructure and the open drains present in this location. However, for several years, no action has been taken and no development work has been carried out in this whole locality. And that is why these people are protesting. However, the administration has not responded yet to this whole situation. They have only said that they are just trying to find the body of the 15-year-old Mithun who lost his life after falling into this drain. And I would also like to show our viewers the situation of this whole area. See, there are several potholes in this whole street, and because of that only there is no development work carried out for the past several years in this whole place. You can see the sewers are open and there are several potholes, and no action has been taken by the authorities. And today only there was a light rain witnessed in the national capital, and in that rain only you can see there is water accumulated on the streets, and no authority visited this place for several years, and from here, this constituency, Aam Aadmi Party MLA is the sitting MLA who is serving the term, but no action has been taken, and the people are furious regarding this, and that is why they have blocked this road. And they are also demanding that the body of the 15-year-old should be found by the authorities as soon as possible. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the updates. Keep a track of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. It's time to slip into a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll continue our coverage and bring you all the details of this incident where a 15-year-old boy lost his life because of civic apathy, and the search is underway for the teen who fell in an open drain and is still now untraced.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the Congress of paying social media influencers 25,000 rupees to attend Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Pune, which is scheduled on August 22nd. The BJP shared a video claiming it shows a phone conversation between a social media influencer with a worker of the Congress party, who asks her to attend the event and highlight it on her social media handle. The person on the other side of the phone can be heard telling the social media influencer that she will be paid 25,000 rupees to attend the event in Pune.
If you said and the travel cost, so can you make it everything in 25 and then you can go?
Okay, and how would the payment process be done?
Payment will be after the event, 1 or 2 days after the event, and I will make the payment. I will ask your account details or UPI ID and I will make the payment. And there I will share a contact of a person. He will connect with you and he will guide you. He will provide you the pass and all.
Okay, all right. So will I get an official email to attend this? Because
No official email. You direct reach at the venue. I will share the location and there our person will contact with you. I will share that person number to you also.
But what exactly I have to do over there? Just attend or I have to do something?
No, you not just attend. You have to highlight the event, like make 2 or 3 videos. One, the Rahul Gandhi ji will be speaking, to record some part from there and some part from crowd. And you can make some opinion video, like talking to some people ki how
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सच बेरो
कैसे करके क्या हो जाए हो गया, हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला। तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक एक घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग।
Stop. Hey, useless fellow. Mind on the abbe. Howle. Such beero.
मई 2025 के वो 4 दिन दुनिया कैसे भूल सकती है। भारत और पाकिस्तान, दो न्यूक्लियर आर्म्ड मुल्कों के बीच मैदाने जंग में सीधी सीधी टक्कर। इस पूरे इलाके का रक्षा तंत्र, रणनीति और सामरिक संतुलन हमेशा हमेशा के लिए तब्दील हो गया। पाकिस्तान के 9 बड़े आतंकी ठिकाने ठोक दिए गए। उसके 1200 ड्रोन्स में से 90% बर्बाद कर दिए गए। पाकिस्तान की एयरफोर्स का 1 एवैक और 5 जेट फाइटर्स वो शॉट डाउन और बहुत सारे जमीन पर बर्बाद कर दिए। पाकिस्तान के 12 मेजर एयर बेसिस में से 11 के परखच्चे उड़ा दिए। नूर खान उसके न्यूक्लियर कमांड पोस्ट पर स्ट्राइक हुई। लेकिन ये कहानी पाकिस्तान के निहायत महत्वाकांक्षी आर्मी चीफ आसिम मुनीर से शुरू होती है। शायद ये शख्स इस जंग का सबसे बड़ा गुनहगार था।
May I start, sir? जनाब, आज हम आपको ऑपरेशन चिंगारी के बारे में ब्रीफ करेंगे। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, JNK में आर्टिकल 370 हटाने के बाद इंडिया ने अपनी फौजों की तादाद कश्मीर वैली में बेइंतहा बढ़ा दी थी। वहां नॉर्मलसी आ गई है, टूरिस्ट खूब आने शुरू हो गए हैं, अवाम को पैसा मिल रहा है तो वो भी खुश हैं।
इन कश्मीरियों पर मुझे रत्ती भर भरोसा नहीं। बहुत डरपोक हैं ये सारे, मौका परस्त लोग हैं।
पर ऐसा चलता रहा तो हमारे सालों की मेहनत पर पानी फिर जाएगा। उधर बलूचिस्तान और खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में बगावत बढ़ती जा रही है। इकोनॉमिक हालात पाकिस्तान में बहुत खराब हो रहे हैं। हालात बहुत संगीन होते जा रहे हैं जनाब।
तो करना क्या चाहते हो बरखुदार? बैठ कर रोए?
नहीं सर, ऑपरेशन चिंगारी करें और पासा पलट दें।
सर, लश्कर तोयबा और द रेजिस्टेंस फोर्स TRF के हाफिज सईद और सईफुल्लाह कसूरी ने मिलकर एक टेरर स्ट्राइक का बेहतरीन प्लान बनाया है। उन्होंने इसके लिए टारगेट चुना है पहलगाम में, जहां बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट आते हैं। पहलगाम से कोई 2 घंटे की दूरी पर एक पिकनिक स्पॉट है, बैसारन वैली। ये नक्शे पर देखें। इसकी तफसील में हमने रेकी कर ली है। प्लान के 2 पहलू हैं। प्लान ए में हम कोई 100 से 150 इंडियन टूरिस्ट मार डालेंगे।
अगर वक्त नहीं हुआ और दुश्मन की फौज की दखल अंदाजी हुई तो प्लान बी में हम कोई 40 से 50 हिंदुस्तानी मारेंगे और फिर पहलगाम के जंगलों में गायब हो जाएंगे।
वर्ष चुप रहा,
अभी दहशत फैलेगी। लेकिन सुनो मेरी बात, इस बार मजहब पूछकर सिर्फ हिंदुओं को मारना। इससे पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जबरदस्त दंगे फसाद शुरू हो जाएंगे। दुश्मन का ध्यान अंदरूनी मामलों में उलझ जाएगा। तिलमेला कर वो यकीनन हम पर एयर स्ट्राइक या रिटेलिएशन की कोशिश करेगा, लेकिन याद रहे अगर हिंदुस्तान हमला करता है तो हमारा पूरा अवाम फौज के पीछे खड़ा हो जाएगा। इस मायूसी के हालात में पाकिस्तान को इकट्ठा करने का यह बहुत अच्छा तरीका है। इनफैक्ट इट इज द ओनली वे।
चीफ साहब बिल्कुल सही फरमा रहे हैं। मुल्क को टूटने से बचाने का एक ही इलाज है, भारत से एक छोटी जंग। लेकिन क्या जंग छोटी ही रहेगी, इसकी क्या गारंटी है हमारे पास?
लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल मलिक, ये हिंदुस्तानी बनिए क्या लड़ेंगे? कोई दूर दराज के कैंप्स में एयर स्ट्राइक कर देंगे या एलओसी पर फायर खोलेंगे, कुछ तोपे चलाएंगे। बहुत हुआ तो गिलगित बल्तिस्तान में हमले कर देंगे। हम इन्हें बड़े अच्छे से संभाल लेंगे, लेकिन पूरा मुल्क फौज के पीछे लाइन अप हो जाएगा।
और आपके पीछे भी। देन द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ शहबाज शरीफ विल हैव टू गिव यू 5 more years of extension. उन्हें हर हालात में देना ही होगा।
मलिक, what do you think so small? Am I only worthy of 5 years of extension? बोलो जनरल मलिक।
गुस्ताखी माफ, सॉरी सर। आपको तो जिंदगी भर हम अपना चीफ देखना चाहते हैं।
उसका सिर्फ एक ही तरीका है, फील्ड मार्शल। अ फील्ड मार्शल नेवर रिटायर्स। फील्ड मार्शल कभी रिटायर नहीं होता। मलिक, ये लोग मुझे फील्ड मार्शल बनाएंगे? बनाना ही पड़ेगा, तुम देखना। एक चीफ सियासत की चाल में कम से कम 5 मूव आगे सोचता है, समझे?
माशाअल्लाह, क्या शातिर दिमाग है चीफ सबका। अयूब खान साहब भी पहले फील्ड मार्शल बने थे और फिर प्रेसिडेंट। इंशाअल्लाह यू विल आल्सो बिकम आवर प्रेसिडेंट सर।
Then let's open a Scotch whiskey and drink to that. मलिक, मैं इन पॉलिटिशियंस की रख से वाकिफ हूं। जो मैं कहूंगा ये नाच कर करेंगे। But coming back to Op Chingari, it's a good plan. Go right ahead with Pahalgaon. It has my approval. और हाँ, this is strictly on need to know basis. ना एयर, ना नेवी चीफ, ना हमारे कोर कमांडर्स को इसकी भनक भी लगनी चाहिए, समझे?
यस सर। इस मीटिंग के कुछ ही दिन बाद जनरल आसिम मुनीर ने एक ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी की गैदरिंग में एक बहुत ही अजीबो गरीब स्पीच दे डाली। उसने कहा, हिंदूज एंड मुस्लिम्स आर डिफरेंट, दे कैन नेवर लिव टुगेदर। वो कभी इकट्ठे रह नहीं सकते सर।
Different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different.
उसने कहा, पाकिस्तान is the only pure Muslim nation in the world. It is रियासत-ए-मदीना 2.0. दुनिया ये 2 नेशन थ्योरी की बखान सुनकर हैरान रह गई। इसके ठीक एक हफ्ते बाद पहलगाम में वो निर्मम कम्युनल हत्याकांड हुआ। 3 पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट पहलगाम के पास एक धोख में आकर रहने लग गए थे। सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के मुताबिक उनके पास सैटेलाइट फोन्स और भारी मात्रा में रसद और साजो सामान इकट्ठा था। इससे साफ विदित हो जाता है ये कोई फौरी कार्रवाई नहीं, बड़ी सोची समझी लॉन्ग टर्म प्लानिंग की साजिश थी।
हाँ जी सर, फी अमानिल्लाह। सुनो, मरकज से खबर आई है एक हिंदुस्तानी फौज की टोली हमारी टारगेट से कोई 3 किलोमीटर दूर फायरिंग प्रैक्टिस कर रही है। इसका मतलब हमारे पास टाइम कम होगा।
अरे यार, तो प्लान ए कैंसिल?
सही है, प्लान ए कैंसल्ड, अब प्लान बी अमल होगा। हम जल्दी ऑपरेशन खत्म करेंगे। कोई 40-50 टूरिस्ट ही मारेंगे। याद रहे, मजहब पूछ कर मारना है, सिर्फ हिंदू मर्द मारने हैं। नाम पूछो, अगर झूठ बोलता है तो बोलो कलमा पढ़े। ज्यादा शक होता है तो पतनू उत्तर कर चेक करो, समझे?
अगर वक्त कम है तो मजहब पूछने की क्या जरूरत है? इसमें ज्यादा टाइम लगेगा। क्यों ना इकट्ठा करें और धुरंधर बर्स्ट फायर करके ज्यादा से ज्यादा मर दें।
बदतमीज, मैं 5 साल एसएसजी कमांडो से ट्रेन हुआ, मुझे हुक्म मानने की आदत है। अगर आमिर से हुक्म आया है कि मजहब पूछ के मारना है तो मेरे होते हुए हुक्म की पूरे तमील होगी, समझा तू? हुक्म है सिर्फ हिंदू मर्द मारने हैं, औरतों को छोड़ देना है। कुछ सोच कर ये हुक्म मरकज ने दिए हैं।
ज्यादा अपना दिमाग ना लगा और जबन कम चलिया कर, सिर्फ हुक्म मन, एक कमांडो जैसे। और कोई शक या सवाल नहीं तो उठो, हरकत करो।
गॉड, जंगल की तरफ
चलो
से।
जल्दी,
अंदर चलो
जल्दी।
हिंदुस्तानी कुत्ते, चल अपना मजहब बता।
मजहब क्यों पूछ रहे हो भाई? इंसान हैं हम सब।
इंसान नहीं, काफिर हो तुम। बोल, कलमा बोल। भाई मुझे नहीं आता तो मर जा।
हे भगवान, मुझे भी मार दो। मैं जेकर क्या करूंगी?
जाओ जाके मोदी को बता दो।
मैं हूँ बेटा।
पापा, कोई डॉक्टर है? पापा।
भारत की तमाम टेलीविजन स्क्रीन्स पर अपनी बेटियों का रुंदन सुनकर पूरे देश में जबरदस्त आक्रोश और गुस्से की लहर फैल गई। पूरे देश से आवाज आई, हमें इस हत्याकांड का बदला चाहिए। हमारी पार्लियामेंट पे हमला, 26/11, उड़ी, पठानकोट, पुलवामा। कब तक हमारी बेटियों के मांग का सिंदूर उजड़ता रहेगा? फॉर पैरा स्पेशल फोर्सेस की एक क्रैक टीम को आदेश दिए गए, हर हाल में इस टेररिस्ट ग्रुप को ट्रैक करो और बेरहमी से मार डालो। पूरा मुल्क बदले की आग में जल रहा था। इस दौरान फॉर पैरा के जाबाज घटनास्थल पर पहुंच चुके थे।
गुड लॉर्ड, ये तो कार्नेज हुआ है यहाँ।
भाई साहब, क्या आप हादसे के दौरान यहाँ थे?
जी मैं था। जब फायरिंग शुरू हुई मैंने भागने की कोशिश करी पर गिर गया, घुटने में चोट आई। मैं डर कर यहीं लेट गया। वो लाशन चेक कर रहे थे, मैंने मेरे होने की एक्टिंग करी और चुपचाप लेट गया। कई औरतें और बच्चे रो रहे थे।
औरतें बच्चों के सामने उनके मर्दों को मार रहे थे, इस तरह कनपट्टी पर राइफल्स रखकर।
क्या आपने देखा वो किस तरफ भागे थे? जी कर्नल साहिब, वो उस ऊंचे पहाड़ की तरफ गए और फिर जंगल में गायब हो गए। वहां कैप्टन सेलो, तुम्हारा टास्क है कि तुम उन्हें ट्रैक करो और जल्द से जल्द मार डालो। हम हेलीकॉप्टर से तुम्हें रीसप्लाई करते रहेंगे। ट्रैकर डॉग्स का इस्तेमाल करो उन्हें ढूंढने के लिए। डोंट कम बैक टिल यू गेट देम। सर, कोई 2 घंटे से ज्यादा की लीड है। जंगल बहुत घना है, लेकिन सर आई अश्योर यू, इन सालों को हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। मैं कसम खाता हूं हम उन्हें ढूंढ निकालेंगे, चाहे 1 हफ्ता लगे, चाहे 1 महीना, चाहे 1 साल। जन्नम के किसी भी कोने से इन्हें ढूंढ निकालेंगे and they will be sent to where they belong. I promise you, sir. Message has come from Army Commander himself. He has to brief Army Chief every evening on progress of this operation. You understand the importance, son? That's why I have chosen you. ये पलटन की इज्जत का सवाल है. Now off you go. No time to lose. But be very careful of ambushes. Yes, sir.
सर, पाकिस्तान ने पहलगाम के पास एक मास कैजुअलिटी स्ट्राइक की है। हमारे 26 निर्दोष नागरिक और एक नेपाली नागरिक शहीद हो गए हैं। 17 लोग घायल हैं। टेररिस्ट को ढूंढने के लिए फौज पूरा जंगल छान रही है। लेकिन अब हमें जबरदस्त पलटवार करना ही होगा ताकि वो दोबारा ऐसे हरकत से बाज आएं।
प्रधानमंत्री बहुत आक्रोश में थे। उनका मत था कि भारत ने सन 2016 और 2019 में पाकिस्तान को सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक से चेताया था कि वह टेररिज्म से बाज आए। कुछ वर्ष चुप रहने के पश्चात फिर पाकिस्तान सर उठा रहा है।
हमने अपने राजदूत को वापस बुला लिया है। हम टाइज डिग्रेड कर रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान के दूतावास में सारे मिलिट्री अटैचेस और इंटेलिजेंस ऑपरेटिव्स वापस भेजने के आदेश दे दिए हैं। हम अमेरिका, रशिया, चाइना, यूरोप और सब इम्पोर्टेंट मुल्कों को हालात के बारे में बता रहे हैं। डिप्लोमेटिक प्रेशर इज ऑन इन फुल मेजर।
प्रधानमंत्री ने आदेश दिए कि खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते। फौरन इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अबेंस में रखा जाए। उनका मानना था कि अब हमें भीषण काइनेटिक एक्शन लेना होगा। उन्होंने निर्देश दिए कि पाकिस्तान के टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उनके हैंडलर्स के बरखिलाफ सख्त मिलिट्री एक्शन लिया जाए।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, सीडीएस और तीनों सर्विस चीफ्स को पालतवार के प्लान्स बनाने के आदेश दे दिया गया है। वो जल्द ही आपके सामने अपने मिलिट्री प्लान्स प्रेजेंट करेंगे।
जनरल आसिम मुनीर तब कजाकिस्तान के ऑफिशियल टूर पे था। वो उल्टे पांव दौड़ा दौड़ा वापस घर आया और आते ही उसने अपने नेवी चीफ और एयरफोर्स चीफ और साथ में अपने चीफ ऑफ जनरल स्टाफ के साथ एक अर्जेंट मीटिंग बुलाई।
इंडिया ने इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को अबेंस में डाल दिया है। वो अब तो काइनेटिक मिलिट्री एक्शन की धमकी दे रहा है। मेरा ख्याल है पिछली बार जैसे किसी दूर दराज के टेरर कैंप में 1-2 एयर स्ट्राइक्स करेगा, शायद पीओके या एलसी में कुछ कराने की कोशिश करे। क्या आप लोग तैयार हैं?
मरवा दिया मुनीर। आपने ये शुरू करने से पहले हमसे मशवरा क्यों नहीं किया? क्या आप जानते हैं कि मेरे F-16 अमेरिकन फाइटर्स का अपग्रेड हो रहा है? उनमें से आधे आउट ऑफ एक्शन है। मेरे पास कोई 150 J-17 जेट फाइटर्स हैं चीन के। आधों के रडार काम नहीं कर रहे हैं।
बाबर साहिब, डोंट पैनिक। आप तो कह रहे थे आपके पास चीन के J-10C फाइटर्स हैं जिनके PL-15 BVR मिसाइल्स दुश्मन के रफेल्स और Su-30s को भी मार गिरा सकते हैं। और हमारा चाइनीज HQ-9 एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, उनके फाइटर्स और क्या है वो ब्रह्मा टाइप नाम के मिसाइल्स सबको संभाल लेंगे।
J-10C फाइटर अभी तक कॉम्बैट में टेस्ट नहीं हुआ। रफेल्स और सुखोइज दोनों कॉम्बैट टेस्टेड जहाज हैं। खैर, अब जो कुछ भी हो सकता है मैं कराने की कोशिश करूंगा। और क्या कर सकते हैं?
हमारे नेवी के भी हालत खस्ता है जनाब। मेरे पास 5 ऑगस्टा क्लास सबमरीन्स हैं और 3 मिजेट क्लास। इन 8 मैन से सिर्फ 2 इस वक्त सर्विसेबल हैं।
रिलैक्स चीफ साहब।
मेरे सामने कराची की ओर आ रहा है INS विक्रांत, इंडियाज कैरियर बैटल ग्रुप। इंडिया के पास 2 एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर्स, 3 न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन्स, 18 कन्वेंशनल सबमरीन्स, 13 गाइडेड मिसाइल डिस्ट्रॉयर्स और 14 मिसाइल फ्रिगेट्स हैं। मेरे पास जनाब सिर्फ 9 तुर्गैल क्लास फ्रिगेट्स हैं। जनाब, अपने कुछ टाइम तो दिया होता, कम से कम मैं सबमरीन्स को तो ठीक कर लेता।
Professionals don't need notice for war. It can happen anytime. But please don't panic. मैं नहीं समझता हिंदुस्तान अपनी नेवी इस्तेमाल करेगा। शायद पोस्चर करे, गीदर भभकी देगा। That's all. Don't panic. CGS साहब, हमारी लॉजिस्टिक तैयारी कैसे है?
बैड शेप सर। एम्यूनिशन हमारे पास सिर्फ 7-10 दिन का वॉर वेस्टेज रेट WWR है। एम्यूनिशन का आपको याद होगा, यूएस प्रेशर के नीचे हमने कोई $364 मिलियन का एम्यूनिशन यूक्रेन को बेच दिया था। इसका मतलब अब हमारे पास सिर्फ 6 दिन की लड़ाई के लिए एम्यूनिशन है। POL हमारे पास सिर्फ 5 दिन का एविएशन टर्बाइन फ्यूल ATF है। किसी भी हालत में हम 7 दिन से ज्यादा लड़ने की हालात में नहीं हैं।
देखिए सेबा, आप लोग होश हवास मत खो बैठे, सब्र रखिए। मैं नहीं समझता कि हिंदुस्तान टोकन एयर स्ट्राइक्स या एलसी पर फायरिंग से कुछ ज्यादा करेगा। शायद पीओके पर कुछ हमला कराने की कोशिश करे, लेकिन आप सोचे अगर हिंदुस्तान कुछ भी करता है तो पूरे पाकिस्तान का आवाम इकट्ठा होकर फौज के पीछे हो जाएगा। अब मैं कोर कमांडर्स की मीटिंग में जा रहा हूं। प्लीज बी काम एंड स्टार्ट ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग। थैंक यू। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद। कायदे आजम जिंदाबाद।
इस मुनीर ने तो मरवा दिया भाई।
कह रहा था कुछ बढ़ा नहीं होगा। सुना है जनाब, अपनी फैमिली को सेफ्टी के लिए अमेरिका भेज रहे हैं अगली फ्लाइट पर।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर। गुड आफ्टरनून। व्हाट न्यूज? सर, आतिशबाजी शुरू होने वाली है। इंडिया इज लाइकली टू अटैक। व्हाट? लेकिन हमारे तो F-16 का अपग्रेड चल रहा है। जानता हूं सर, मगर अब क्या करें? वार्निंग ऑर्डर आ गया है। अरे स्टॉप दिस ब्लडी अपग्रेड। गेट आवर फाइटर्स रेडी फॉर कॉम्बैट। क्या सोच के इस वक्त पंगा लिया पहलगाम में? सर, कमांड से हुक्म आया है कि हमारे 8 F-16 फाइटर्स फौरन कराची भेजने होंगे। उनकी नेवी कराची की ओर बढ़ रही है। ब्लडी हेल, इस बेस का क्या होगा बरखुदार?
उधर पाकिस्तान की नेवी और एयर फोर्स टोटल पैनिक में थे और इधर न्यू दिल्ली में कोल्ड कैलकुलेटेड प्लानिंग शुरू हो गई थी।
सर, आदेश अनुसार तीनों सर्विसेज आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स पलटवार के लिए तैयार है।
लीड एजेंसी इस बार हमारी एयरफोर्स होगी ताकि हम एस्केलेशन, कंट्रोल और डोमिनेंस हासिल कर सकें।
आर्मी एलसी को एक्टिवेट करेगी और भीषण फायर असॉल्ट करेगी। नेवी अरब सागर में फॉरवर्ड पोस्चर अख्तियार कर रही है। वो कराची को थ्रेट पोज करेगी और दुश्मन की एयरफोर्स के कई स्क्वाड्रंस को समुद्र तट के तरफ ही टाई डाउन कर देगी। इससे एयरफोर्स का काम आसान हो जाएगा।
अब चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ आपको एयर ऑपरेशन के बारे में ब्रीफ करेंगे।
सर, हम 6-7 मई की रात को 0105 आवर्स पर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर शुरू करेंगे। एनएसए साहब ने 9 टेरर कैंप्स और हेडक्वार्टर्स डेजिग्नेट कर दिए हैं। नॉर्मली हम टारगेट्स हिट कराने के पहले यानी सप्रेशन ऑफ एनिमी एयर डिफेंसेस के ऑपरेशंस करते हैं, लेकिन एस्केलेशन कंट्रोल को मद्देनजर रखते हुए हम ये नहीं कर पाएंगे, नहीं तो टेररिस्ट्स वहां से भाग खड़े होंगे। हम सीधे टेरर टारगेट्स को हिट करेंगे। टेरर कैंप्स हिट कराने के बाद डीजीएमओ हॉटलाइन पर पाकिस्तान को बता देगा। हम उन्हें ऑफ रैंप देंगे। अगर वो बाज आ गए तो ठीक है, अगर वो एस्केलेट करते हैं तो फेज 2 में हम उसके रेडार और एयर बेसिस पर जबरदस्त पलटवार करेंगे। अटैक हम बॉर्डर के अपनी तरफ स्टैंड ऑफ मिसाइल से करेंगे। हमारे राफेल जेट्स स्कैल्प क्रूज मिसाइल और हैमर ग्लाइड बॉम्ब्स फायर करेंगे एलईटी के मुरीद HQ लाहौर में। भावलपुर जेईएम के हेडक्वार्टर्स को हम ब्रह्मोस क्रूज मिसाइल से टारगेट करेंगे।
9 में से 5 टेरर टारगेट पीओके में है। इनको हम अपने M777 मीडियम गन्स, पिनाका MBRL मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स और स्काई स्ट्राइकर ड्रोन से हिट करेंगे। पाकिस्तान LOC एक्टिवेट करेगा। उसके पास चाइनीज SH-15 ट्रक माउंटेड हाविट्जर्स हैं और A100 मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स भी हैं चीन के। इनसे वो हमारे लोकल पोस्ट्स और बॉर्डर्स की आबादी को टारगेट करेगा। उसे डर है कि हम LC पर पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर हमला कर सकते हैं, इसलिए उसने 10 कोर मंगला से काफ़ी रीइंफोर्समेंट्स आगे LC पर भेज दी हैं। हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं और आर्टिलरी फायर असॉल्ट से पाकिस्तान की फौज का भारी नुकसान करेंगे।
हमारा विक्रांत कैरियर बैटल ग्रुप कराची के नजदीक पोस्चर कर रहा है।
कोई 26 जहाज हमारे अरबियन सी में उतर चुके हैं और दुश्मन के तमाम नवल शिप्स कराची बंदरगाह में जाकर छुप गए हैं। उसने अपने रेडर्स ट्रांसपॉन्डर ऑफ कर दिए हैं। आदेश मिलने पर हम कराची को ब्लॉकेट कराने के लिए तैयार हैं।
हमारी फॉरवर्ड पोस्चरिंग से पाकिस्तान को अपने कई स्क्वाड्रंस नेवल फ्लैंक के बचाव के लिए लगाने पड़ेंगे। इससे हमारी एयरफोर्स के टास्क में मदद मिलेगी।
मिलिट्री ब्रीफिंग को सुनकर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने तीनों चीफ्स को ऑपरेशन के लिए बिल्कुल फ्री हैंड दिया। उन्होंने कहा कि पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट ने हमारी बेटियों के मांग का सिंदूर उजाड़ा है, इसलिए इस अभियान का नाम होगा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर। प्रधानमंत्री की अध्यक्षता में कोई 46 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुई नई दिल्ली में, जिसमें चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ और तीनों सर्विस चीफ्स शामिल थे। कोई 10 कंटिंजेंसी प्लान्स बनाए गए और इनमें से कोई 3 प्लान ए, प्लान बी और प्लान सी फाइनली शॉर्टलिस्ट किए गए। लास्ट मिनट पे प्लान ए जो चुना गया था उसे बदली करके प्लान बी अख्तियार किया गया। इसका टोटल मुद्दा था पूरी सीक्रेसी बरकरार रखना, दुश्मन को भनक ना हो क्या होने वाला था। एक और रीजन था कि जो टेररिस्ट की लोकेशन के बारे में निरंतर बदलती हुई खबरें, कभी यहां कभी वहां भागते छुप रहे थे वो।
This is it, Air Warriors. We go in tonight. HR 0105 hours. Target Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarter in Murid ke Lahore.
आप लोग तैयार हैं?
Yes, sir. Good. Take off 0030 hours. We enter deck 03. Adopt formation Bravo. Release weapons on my orders at release point Alpha Tango Charlie.
रिलीज पॉइंट IB से 200 किलोमीटर है और आउट ऑफ PL-15E रेंज। अंडरस्टैंड?
Yes, sir.
रेडियो साइलेंस आफ्टर टेक ऑफ। ECM बुके इन सेक्टर अल्फा। हम 5 बार रिहर्स कर चुके हैं, सो यू नो व्हाट टू डू।
Yes, sir. We are all set.
मार्काज़े तोयबा एक बहुत क्रिटिकल टारगेट है। 26/11 यहाँ से प्लान और एग्जीक्यूट किया गया था।
Yes, sir.
अमीर कसाब एंड डेविड कोलमन हेडली ट्रेंड हियर। हफीज सईद यहाँ छुपा हो सकता है, सो वी कांट अफोर्ड टू मिस।
पूरी दुनिया की निगाहें हम पर होंगी।
Yes, sir. We are set and raring to go. Best of luck and happy hunting. Make a big splash. Any questions?
No, sir.
Guys, it's been 15 days of waiting. कोई चारा नहीं था हमारे पास। ज्यादातर टेररिस्ट्स कैंप्स छोड़कर विलेजेस और कंट्री साइड में भाग गए थे।
Finally, latest int reports indicate कि बहुत सारे वापस आ गए हैं। So we are going in tonight. All set?
टारगेट जैश-ए मोहम्मद हेडक्वार्टर एट मरकज़े सुबहान अल्लाह भावलपुर। रिपोर्ट्स है कि मसूद अजहर यहाँ है ऑन द सेकंड फ्लोर। ये कमरे में देयर इज नो वे ही शुड सर्वाइव द स्ट्राइक। क्लियर? यहाँ 2 और हाई वैल्यू टारगेट्स की खबर है। मोहम्मद यूसुफ अलियस उस्ताद जी, ब्रदर ऑफ मसूद अजहर, एंड हाफिज मोहम्मद जमील, उसका ब्रदर इन लॉ, likely located here.
This country is counting on us. You can't afford to miss. Got it? 26/11, Parliament attack, Pathankot, etc. सबकी प्लानिंग यहाँ हुई थी।
Yes, sir. Justice will be delivered.
Good. Take off 0025 hours tonight. Enter deck 02. We fly low till waypoint Delta, then rise to 30,000 feet for weapons release.
Release point Charlie Echo Zulu. 210 kilometers from IB. Release on my orders.
सर PL-15E एक्सपोर्ट वर्जन की रेंज सिर्फ 145 किलोमीटर हैं। आई होप चाइना ने उन्हें 250 किलोमीटर रेंज के ओरिजिनल PL-15 मिसाइल तो नहीं दे दिए हैं?
नेगेटिव। अभी तक की इंट रिपोर्ट्स के मुताबिक उसके पास PL-15E एक्सपोर्ट वर्जन ही है। We have a narrow window. No surprise.
That's all we will need, sir.
Best of luck, guys. Happy hunting. Let's make a big splash.
सतनम वाहे गुरु करतब।
Timing 30 seconds. Check coordinates. Target confirmed. Target locked. Target locked and ready. Release now. Good job, Air Warriors. 0 losses. All targets neutralized. Precision within 2 meters. Good job.
Visual on waypoint Delta. Commence rise to release point.
Roger.
Approaching release point. Prepare for Bravo's release.
Roger.
Target Bravo locked. Bravo's away.
Target locked. Bravo 2 launched.
Indian Sukhoi target acquired. Prepare for an attack. Copy. Target identified.
Alert. Hostile interceptors scrambled. Bandits bearing 230.
On. Target locked and ready.
Structural part has fired BVR missiles. Presume PL-15Es.
Release flares. Activate ECM pods.
Target and signal lost. I repeat, target lost.
Threats neutralized. Pass coordinates to control.
0125 आवर्स 7 मई हमारे 24 के 24 मिसाइल्स अपनी टारगेट पर फटे और दुश्मन के टेरर हेडक्वार्टर्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को पूरी तरह से बर्बाद कर दिया। दुश्मन हाई अलर्ट पर था, पर एक भी टेरर कैंप नहीं बचा सका। उसके J-10C चाइनीज फाइटर्स लो फ्लाई करते हुए अपना रडार ऑफ करके बॉर्डर के नजदीक आए। उसके एवैक्स ने हमारे जहाजों को रडार से देख लिया था और डेजिग्नेट करने लगा। फिर पाकिस्तान के J-10C फाइटर्स ने स्टैंड ऑफ रेंज से PL-15 मिसाइल फायर किए। हमें खबर थी कि चाइना ने उसे PL-15E एक्सपोर्ट वर्जन मिसाइल दिए हैं, जिनकी रेंज केवल 145 किलोमीटर थी। पर चीन ने लड़ाई के सिर्फ 2 दिन पहले अपने PL-15 असली, जिनकी रेंज 250 किलोमीटर थी, वो पाकिस्तान को दिए थे। ज्यादातर ये मिसाइल हमारे डिकॉय ड्रोन्स को ही हिट कर पाए। लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने तो पूरी दुनिया में डंका पीट दिया कि उसने 5, 6, फिर 7 या 8 रफाल जहाज मार गिराए हैं। ये सफेद झूठ। एयर स्ट्राइक्स के साथ साथ इंडियन आर्मी ने भी अपना जौहर दिखाया।
जेंटलमैन, हमें एक बहुत स्पेशल मिशन के लिए चुना गया है। हम अभी तुरंत मोबिलाइज करके बाय रोड तेजपुर पहुंचेंगे। वहां से हम C-17 हैवी ट्रांसपोर्ट से चंडीगढ़ लैंड करेंगे। चंडीगढ़ से हम चिनूक हैवी ड्यूटी हेलीकॉप्टर्स में बैठकर उरी लैंड करेंगे। हमारी क्वेबेक बैटरी उरी के ऊपर रिज पर डिप्लॉय होगी। हुक्म मिलने पर हम दुश्मन के टेररिस्ट कैंप को फायर से बर्बाद करेंगे। टाइम टू बी इन गन पोजीशन 06 में 1800 आवर्स। क्लियर?
जस्ट 6 दिन में JNK पहुंचकर टारगेट एंगेज करना इतने कम टाइम में हम कर पाएंगे सर? तभी तो ये टास्क हमारी रेजिमेंट को दिया गया है। याद नहीं हमारी मोट्टो? अगर मुश्किल है तो समझो हो गया, और अगर इम्पॉसिबल है तो हमें थोड़ा और टाइम दीजिए। So let's do it. Time now is 0715. ठीक 1030 आवर्स पे मुझे रेजिमेंट HQ और क्वेबेक बैटरी गैरिसन में माउंट होकर रिपोर्ट देंगे। मूव।
यस सर।
कर्नल लांबा की M777 155 मिलीमीटर होविट्जर बैटरी निहायत तेजी से मोबिलाइज हुई और C-17 हेवी लिफ्ट ट्रांसपोर्ट्स में बैठकर अरुणाचल से चंडीगढ़ की उड़ान भरी। चंडीगढ़ पहुंचकर उनको चिनूक हेवी लिफ्ट हेलीकॉप्टर्स उड़ाकर उड़ी तक ले गए। 6 मई शाम तक ये बैटरी उड़ी के ऊपर की रिज में डिप्लॉय हो चुकी थी। ये एक हैरान करने वाला कारनामा। रिज के ऊपर से वो पाकिस्तान के अंदर मुजफ्फराबाद तक देख सकते थे। उनका टारगेट था सिदना बिलाल टेरर कैंप।
Fire plan will commence in 15 minutes. 0105 hours 7th May. Ranging will commence at H-5. First salvo on the Sidna Bilal terror camp, as I said, 0105 hours.
Sir, हम थोड़ा पहले रेंजिंग में शुरू करें।
Negative. Task is difficult. तभी तो हमें दिया गया है। Engagement होते ही दुश्मन हम पर heavy counter battery fire करेगा। इसीलिए हम फौरन alternative position को move कर देंगे। Roger sir. Wilco, क्या कैप्टन राकेश कुमार कमांडो OP अपनी पोजीशन में पहुंच गया है?
यस सर, इन लोकेशन।
ऑल द बेस्ट। डोंट वरी, द एक्सकैलिबर शेल्स वोंट मिस।
Zero 100 hours 07th May। इस बैटरी की तमाम गन्स ने दुश्मन के टेरर कैंप पर भारी मात्रा में फायर खोल दिया। इस यकायक फायर से सिदना बिलाल कैंप में टेररिस्ट को भारी नुकसान हुआ। वो इस नई गन पोजीशन से फायर का अंदेशा बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहे थे। टेरर कैंप पूर्ण रूप से बर्बाद हो गया। उसने एकदम अपनी तोपों से इस बैटरी के ऊपर भीषण फायर खोल दिया। दुश्मन के भारी फायर के बावजूद कर्नल लांबा निर्भीक होकर एक गन से दूसरी गन पे मूव करते रहे, जवानों को हौसला अफजाई करते रहे। उन्होंने उनको बोला कि दुश्मन के ऊपर जल्द से जल्द रिटेलिएटरी फायर डालो और उसकी गन्स को साइलेंस कर दो।
मुंह बंद करो सर, प्लीज आप और पकड़े, इतना रिस्क मत ले, हेवी फायर आ रहा है। मेरा फिक्र मत कर, नथिंग विल हैपन टू मी। दुश्मन की गन पोजीशन को ठोको इफ यू वांट टू कीप योर सीओ सेफ।
सर आप देखें, 5 मिनट में दुश्मन की गन्स बर्बाद कर देंगे। उनकी वीरता से प्रेरित होकर उनकी बैटरी ने भीषण फायर खोला, दुश्मन की गनों को साइलेंस कर दिया। अपनी बेइंतहा बहादुरी और शुजात के लिए कर्नल लांबा को वीर चक्र से सम्मानित किया गया।
साहिबान, हमारे यूएवी ट्रूप को टास्क मिला है डिप्लॉय ऑन शाह सितर रिज और एनिमी टेररिस्ट कैंप कोटली को रात 6-7 मई को बर्बाद करना।
सर, शाह सितार रिज पर तो हम एनिमी आर्टिलरी और स्मॉल आर्म्स फायर को पूरी तरह एक्सपोज हो जाएंगे।
इसीलिए इंपॉर्टेंट होगा कि हम यूएवी कंट्रोल पोस्ट सही जगह चुनकर डिप्लॉय करें। मैं आज खुद जाऊंगा इस टास्क के लिए। लेफ्टिनेंट अनूप, 1 जेसीओ एंड 5 जवान मेरे साथ जाएंगे। हम कोटली टेररिस्ट कैंप हर हाल में बर्बाद करेंगे। कोई शक?
लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल भिष्ट और उनकी टीम ने रिज के ऊपर जाकर ऐसी पोजीशंस चुनी जहां से वो अब्बास कैंप को साफ देख सकते थे।
Target camp marked. Strike package 3 on my count.
Yes, sir. Alignment set. Heading 275, depression 4 degrees.
Copy. Arming now. Catapult hot.
हमारे यूएवी ड्रोन पहाड़ी के रिवर्स स्लोप पर डिप्लॉय किए गए, जहां से दुश्मन उन्हें देख नहीं सकता था। 0030 R
3, 2, 1, launch. Good boost. Prop engaged. She's climbing clean.
ये ड्रोन उड़े और उन्होंने अब्बास कैंप के ऊपर भीषण हमला किया।
Target confirmed. Structure occupied.
Lock target. Arm warhead. Prepare dive.
Arming.
Engage.
हमारे 10 स्काई स्ट्राइकर ड्रोन्स ने दुश्मन के अब्बास कैंप पर भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया। दुश्मन ने यूएवी कंट्रोल पोस्ट रिज के ऊपर अब देख लिए थे।
Drone 3 on target.
Copy.
Keep shifting positions. I'm guiding the second drone in. 30 seconds. Hold the line.
Copy. Arming now. Catapult hot. 3, 2, 1, launch. Prop engaged.
She's climbing clean.
Target confirmed.
Prepare dive. Engage.
Confirmed. Next box hot.
Nice shot.
लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल भिष्ट को उनकी अदम्य साहस और वीरता के लिए कीर्ति चक्र से नवाजा गया।
अस्सलामुअलैकुम जनाब। जैसा आपको पता चली गया होगा, हमने पीओके में 5 टेरर टारगेट्स हिट किए हैं। मुजफ्फरपुर सवैनाला कैंप, मुजफ्फरपुर बिलाल कैंप, कोटली गुलपुर कैंप और अब्बास कैंप, और भीमबर में बरनाला कैंप। पंजाब में 4 टेरर टारगेट्स हिट हो गए हैं। सियालकोट सुंजवंग कैंप और मोहिमा जोया कैंप, मुरीद के एलईटी लाहौर कैंप, भावालपुर जेएम कैंप। हमने केवल टेरर टारगेट्स ही हिट किए हैं। कोई मिलिट्री या सिविलियन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमने नहीं एंगेज किया। हमने अपना मिशन कंप्लीट कर लिया है। हमारे कोई फर्दर ऑपरेशन नहीं होंगे बशर्ते आप भी डी एस्केलेट करें। लेकिन अगर आप एस्केलेट करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो हम जबरदस्त पलटवार करेंगे। चॉइस आपकी है। वी आर गिविंग यू एन ऑफ रैंप। आई सजेस्ट यू टेक इट।
हम जमीन पर पलटवार के बाद ही बात करेंगे जनाब।
stage 1 successful. Over and out.
रंग रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंग रंग रंगीन रे रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Bharatiya Janata Party has accused the
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development, a sad story coming in from Bangladesh, where Hindu family of 4 was killed, brutally murdered in Bangladesh. I repeat, an entire Hindu family has been murdered in Rangpur district in Bangladesh. That's what we're getting to know. And the victims have been identified as a school teacher, Ganapat Chakraborty, his wife, his daughter, and his minor son. Now, according to reports, unidentified culprits brutally stabbed the family to death inside their home. Now, their bodies were found yesterday in a locked condition. Now, police have reached the spot and investigation is underway. Investigation is underway. It's an exclusive story, big development, very sad story coming in from Bangladesh. All right, Kishle, let's go across to Kishle for all the updates into the story. Yet another case, Kishle, where Hindus are unsafe in Bangladesh, and there is no place for Hindus, specifically in Bangladesh, and they talk about diplomacy, democracy, and whatnot.
Well, exactly. We see the situation has not changed in Bangladesh even after the elections happened, and even after Muhammad Yunus was, he had to go away from his power, Now, we see 4 members of a family, Hindu family. They were stabbed brutally, and they were locked inside their house. This is in Rangpur district of Bangladesh. And what happened was, Ganapati Chakraborty, his wife Pritilata Chakraborty, and their daughters Sarthi Chakraborty and son Piyam Chakraborty, all of them were stabbed, and they were locked inside their room, and the room was left locked from outside. Now, the police is investigating the matter. The Bangladeshi police, according to sources, are saying that this is a case of robbery, and it was an attempt of robbery in which the robbers or the burglars killed these people, the whole family. This is what the police is initially saying, according to sources. But what we are getting to know, that the local Hindus are also alleging that there were constant threats from certain communal groups, and the Hindus were cornered since the time Hasina was ousted from power. And since then, the Hindus were staying in a fear, and now we see that back-to-back Hindu killings are happening. We know about Deepu Das, who was burnt and hung, and we know that back-to-back killings happened since that time when Hasina was ousted from power. Temples were closed and vandalized, and Hindus were killed at that time also, and that trend continues.
Yeah, definitely, because Hindus are an easy target, Kishle, especially in Bangladesh, and there was sort of political protection earlier. Things have changed, but not so dramatically when we talk about the situation in Bangladesh. Specifically, don't you think these are lame excuses being given over a security threat of a robbery when, even if robbers have robbed the house, a brutal murder of the entire family hints out to a possible case when there might have been previous threats, and this might have been a planned murder?
Well, exactly. Now, we have seen in the previous cases as well, where Hindus were murdered, lynched, or attacked. The Bangladeshi police tried to hide the incident by saying that this is a case of burglary, this is a case of train incident of attack. But we know that the communal forces in Bangladesh, especially the Jamati forces, they are anti-Hindus. They have been attacking temples. They have been attacking Hindu villages. In fact, after Hasina was ousted from power, an entire Hindu village was burnt down in the Rangpur district itself, in the same district where this murder happened. Now, we know that Hindu temples, ISKCON temples were also burnt. In fact, one ISKCON monk was killed and another ISKCON monk was put to jail. Srinath Krishnadas, and he's still in jail. He did not get bail in spite of the fact that he did not do anything except protest against the atrocities against Hindus. Now we see our whole Hindu families murdered in broad daylight. They are stabbed and they are locked inside their house. The police is saying that they are investigating the matter, but what they are also saying, according to sources, that this is a possible case of burglary. But we have to see whether there is a case of angle of communal violence against this family or not. But the local Hindus are saying that this might be a case of communal attack, and that these Hindus were targeted since long.
All right, Kishle, thanks a lot for the update on the story. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting from Delhi. Police personnel were brutally attacked by a group of people in Delhi's Bhalaswar dairy area while they were on duty. Now, the incident took place at around 3 p.m. on August 22nd in the Janata Vihar area of Mukundpur under the jurisdiction of Bhalaswar Dairy Police Station. Now, locals have beat staff members. Head Constable Dinesh and Head Constable Rajesh were conducting patrolling and vehicle checking when they seized a motorcycle that was found without valid documents and impounded it at the station at around 3:30 p.m. Now, the bike's owner and some of his family members arrived to protest the police action. It is alleged that as the dispute escalated, the accused threw chili powder into the officers' eyes and attacked them with bricks and sticks. This is a very brutal attack, the videos of which is on your screen. They can clearly understand they're attacking the police in this case. Head Constable Tenu, who arrived to assist his colleagues, was also attacked, brutally beaten. Several police personnel have sustained serious injuries in the attack and were taken to hospital for treatment. Now, they are reported to be stable. With the help of locals, police apprehended a 17-year-old juvenile at the spot, while the other accused fled the location. The prime absconding accused, Sunil alias Pankaj, is a listed bad character of the area, according to police. He has previous 5 criminal cases against him. Let's listen into the audio. Now, one bad character was also, as per the police records, and he had many cases against him, and you can clearly understand the situation where police is being beaten. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. 2 people were crushed to death and 5 others were injured after a 22-foot Ganeshji idol fell on them during the arrival ceremony of Bhuleshwar Raja in South Mumbai. Now, the idol fell while being transported from Baikula to Bhuleshwar, around 50 meters from the pandal. Now, here is a quick report on the incident.
An unfortunate tragedy struck during the procession of Ganesh idol in Mumbai. 2 people died and 5 others were injured after a 22-foot Ganesh idol fell over them. Officials rushed to the spot immediately after receiving the information, and civic ward staff were mobilized at the scene. The officials quickly shifted the injured to the hospital, where 2 people were declared dead on arrival, while the injured are said to be in a stable condition. Preliminary investigation on the incident revealed that the idol fell due to some loose nuts and bolts in the frame. The tragedy at Bhaleshwar has raised concern over crowd safety and arrangements during such heavily attended religious processions. Further details about what caused the idol structure to collapse have not yet come out.
On the third National Space Day, the Indian Air Force celebrated India's remarkable journey in space exploration and its growing capabilities in the aerospace domain. Now, the Indian Air Force saluted the vision, innovation and dedication of India's space community as the nation continues to advance its space aspirations.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
सच बेरो।
कैसे करके क्या हो जाए हो गया, हम लोग को कुछ पता नहीं चला। तो हम लोग अभी क्या करेगा क्या नहीं, कैसे चलेगा क्या करेगा। मेरा घर और भी कुछ भी नहीं है अच्छा से, ठीक है, एक तो घर भी नहीं बनाया है हम लोग।
स्टॉप।